What up? Let me tweet this out. Celebrating 100 days of developing Cauldron Chronicles. Actually, how many hours did we see? YouTube playlist length. I want to put that number out there. I think that's pretty fun. Playlists. Where is it? Oh, there it is. $23 plus. We'll round down to 16. 568 hours. 568 hours logged so far. Live now with our attempt. Our goal to do 100 more days. Get this first playable looking as good as possible. I think that sounds good. Indie dev. For now, UE5. The thing is, will people still call me indie when I have a publisher? Okay, perfect. Get this loaded up. Something I wanted to do as well. We'll save that. I won't tell you about the idea until later. Okay, we're working on, what was it? We need to finish 2B, Beef 2B, 2C, and 2D. That's doable. And I think we even mentioned that we might be able to do 3A and 3B today, but that depends. What was 2D again? 2D. Oh, it's where you end up healing the... Yeah, the potion is too strong and it kills him. And the only real reason we needed a separate encounter for that was because of spawn control issues. Yeah. And the whole reason for that is it kind of teaches the player that sometimes going above and beyond is not the most ideal situation for solving every problem. Okay, I kinda remember. If they can't see Spoon, they can't hear Spoon. Man, Spoon is, I don't know, so I like Spoon. He's so dumb, he's charming. He might be, he might be dumb, but he's got big dreams, okay? The world will benefit from his pawn shop that sells spoons. Sure, I can make it sour. Alright, let's see. I think this is a good... I'm not entirely happy with the lack of control that the player has over this. What do I mean by that? There isn't a whole lot. I don't know. It's like it's just invisibility and luck. I don't know. Maybe I'm trying to make it more complicated than it needs to be. Maybe there doesn't need to be a whole song and dance and branching crazy dialogue for, hey, I just need an invis potion. Oh, what do you need it for? Okay, maybe you need some extra luck too. Here you go. The reminder about requested potion is good. We should continue doing that. This is kind of the initial response about how the potion did. And kind of the prelude. So we'll do... We'll do this. Similar to what we did here with this one, that the response after the initial greeting. So we put a choice here of Greeted Thief 2A. We'll do a Greeted Thief 2B. Greeted Thief 2B, false. Condition, save choice. Greeted Thief 2B, false. One thing we could do is, you know, when you're talking to the NPC, you have that that X button to close the box. We could have an event on dialogue notes to hide and show that when, you know, we feel like it's appropriate for the player to be able to close this and come back to that conversation later. So for instance, if they're hanging out at the, you know, the main 4 topics here, which I think are these ones. Or no, it's these 3. So after they've greeted them, you have these 3 options for Thief 2A. This is a good time where the moment we enter this node plays, we have an event to show close button. And then whenever we pick one of these, we have an event to hide it and force the player to get through that little bit of dialogue in order to then be able to close it again. That seems a lot safer. We'll do that today too. Maybe after we get done with 2B, I'll do that. Make events to show hide close button. Hey Kate in the Cuber, how you doing? It's going good for me. I'm just still waking up, so, you know, got the caffeine. But I'm excited. We're steadily getting through this dialogue, and I think when it's done, it'll be it's gonna need tweaking. It might not be perfect. It's not gonna be perfect. But I'm excited to just let some people test it and see how they feel about it. And I think I have an animated goblin ready to go for replacing this skeletal mesh. I gotta double check. How much do you have left? For the goblin or for something like more than that? How does typing goblin not filter? What? Oh, there we go. It was this one, wasn't it? No, this one's only supported up to 5.3. Oh, this part of the dialogue. Okay, you'll have to specify it further than that. Like just this one, like Thief 2B or all of this Thief's NPC dialogue. This whole NPC dialogue. Okay, I can pull it up. So we have encounter. Okay, we have a few things. So we have encounter 1, looking good. We have encounter 2A done. We're writing encounter 2B right now. 2C is going to be extremely bare bones. Very simple. 2D is almost a near copy of 2D, but we have to make it a separate encounter because of some spawning logic. So that's not too tough either. 3A and 3B should be relatively simple because he isn't going to want a new potion. He's just going to be telling you what happened in encounter 2. 4 will be him requesting a new potion, so that'll be about the same amounts as either 2A or 2B. 5 will have similar amounts of complexity as 3A or 3B. And encounter 6 will be about the same as encounter 5. So I mean, if I had to guess, I'd say we're maybe 33. By the end of today, I'd be pretty confident to say we're like 33% done. Maybe a little bit less than that. However, we have lore loops to write, and these are the beefiest, but kind of the most fun in some ways too. We need to write large sections of dialogue with lots of branching based on the lore that the NPC has to give you. So this was for his personal questions. There's a whole lot of questions about his, about goblins. So we have to fill out all of these, or many of these. And then we have a few questions to ask him about the city that he grew up in, Golemstone. Is this the first NPC that you're doing, or have you done some other ones already? This is the first real one we're doing. We've made like a mage, so this was our prototype, like early prototype of, okay, just quickly go talk to him, ask him who he is, what he's looking for, what he's going to use the potion for, and then when he comes back, he has different responses based on how the potion was. So this was before we had this dialogue system. We had this in our own system, and then we converted it over to this system in order to see if we can remake it. And now we're using what we've learned from remaking it to make our first proper, fully fleshed out character with many different branches. And, you know, he can die and get married, or lose a race and drown, or, you know, all these different possibilities. Yeah, it is a lot. It is a lot. And I don't know if players will like to dive into his lore. I guess we'll see. Hey, Lazy Fangs, thank you for the art. Spit on that thing. So yeah, we have a lot to do.
Mr. President, wake up.
True. As long as the dialogue feels natural, I don't want to make it formulaic. However, I feel that a lack of formula could be off-putting for some players who don't want to accidentally lead themselves down a dialogue path that they didn't want to go down. You know? So I do try to put some fail-safes in there, especially if you're going to, I don't know, turn down helping an NPC. That you have one additional option to get yourself out of that. You know, just messing with you, right? Just a joke. And I'm hoping that kind of helps players to not make some really bad decision that they didn't want to. That's smart. I hope so. We'll see. We'll see when players play this. You know, I want to give it to some people who are completely blind and haven't seen me working on this, so they don't know anything to expect with this NPC or where his story goes. And see how many players really dive into his lore and enjoy it, how many players dive into the lore and don't enjoy it, how many players just do his main stuff, do people like his personality. Actually, I don't mind if players don't like his personality. Because not every character is going to be written for every single player. There are going to be NPCs you probably don't like and don't want to help. That's part of the game. That's part of the role-playing, right? Okay. How's that visibility potion coming along? Hey Datu, how you doing? Did you get your crafting goal done? It was 75, right? You had to make the anti-venom? I thought you needed 84. Are the NPC encounters randomized? That's a good question. So the way that the NPCs are spawned right now is it's weighted, and it is a bit controllable. So for instance, we have spawn conditions, and every time an NPC encounter is completed, we run through every single encounter in the game. We don't count the ones that have already been completed, and we check which ones are available to spawn and which ones aren't. For the ones that are available to spawn, we add them to a table of all the encounters that can spawn. And if they're already there, we adjust their weight to spawn. And then we can do things like force certain ones to the top, so if we want one to for sure appear above others, or if we want ones to, if the player has just talked to that NPC, we can optionally tell an encounter to reset its own weight, because we had already called that NPC, so let another NPC come in and take precedence. What else can we do? We can also increase the weight by a specific amount per encounter. So if we want something to appear at a relatively higher rate before other ones, we want like certain encounters to be rarer. We can also remove encounters based on certain conditions. So for instance, let me pull up that diagram again. For instance, when encounter 1 is available to spawn, we spawn it. And then when encounter 1 completes, there is a possibility, we'll say this. The player has given the right potion, they've given the paralysis potion, 2A spawns. When 2A spawns, we can tell it, okay, when 2A is finished, delete 2B, 2C, and 2D from spawning just to be safe. We can also say, okay, well, we got the NPC killed, so all of these now are unavailable to spawn, of course. No, not 2B. I'm also thinking of adding in an additional like spawning system in the future to... Let me back up. I'm thinking of tagging encounters with relative themes and emotions. So for instance, if an encounter is a lot more like just sad, it's a very maybe heavy hitting, very emotional, it made a swastika. I know, I was thinking the exact same thing. I'm like, this is a little sus down here. But I'm thinking of tagging encounters with emotions and encouraging the system not to spawn back-to-back encounters too much of the same emotion. So to kind of give the player a bit of reprieve before doing like 10 depressing encounters in a row. I don't know how it would work in practice, but on paper it sounds like it might work. Got the gold one, also antivenom. Was doing crafting. Oh yeah. What did you have to craft? Kind of forgot. Didn't you have an anti-venom? I don't remember. I don't remember. All sounds so well thought out. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's really nice of you to say. I'm a systems designer. That's what I've been studying for, I don't know, past 10 years or so. So making like these really complex data-driven systems, I love it. It's exactly who I am in my core. How long have you been working on this game? This is the 100th day of working on this game. Could do kind of a sneaky survey, like the PC holds a journal. After an encounter, they get to choose an entry, and the entry will color how the PC feels now. Explain more what you mean by that. I'm curious. Oh, you're raising your levels to do birdhouses. Didn't you have a master clue step to make an antivenom? That too? Or am I just, I don't know, am I losing my mind here? Yeah, this is we have 568 logged hours of working on Chronicles. And we have a pretty nice level. I'm pretty happy with it, a prototype level. A lot of different ingredients. A beach ball that sexually moans if you keep it in the air for 10 hits. A working sound system. It's not perfect. Oh, you completed that a long time ago, sorry. I completely forgot, man. We have some underground areas. We have animals, but they're very basic and want to work on them a bit more. BC holds a journal of people and events. Say something sad happens, the player goes to journal and gets to choose abbreviated. Felt sad for them, serves them right. I didn't really care. I want to think about that more. Where's my ideas? Ironically, in my to-do. Would also help as a supplementary system for deciding what happens with a character. I like it because it kind of is a quick reminder of what happened. I don't know, I have to think, yeah. I do like the idea of the player character having attitudes towards the NPC. I agree with that. Finish your graceful set today, and snake grass seeds are so expensive. Really? Are they? Oh yeah, they are up quite a bit, aren't they? I do not remember them being 7,000, but maybe I just blanked on that. Maybe I wasn't doing any farming in this state of affairs. Quick reminder of where the fuck I am would be great. I play game. Yeah, no, so one thing we will have is a journal that stores all of the dialogue you've said. I don't know how it's going to look yet, but there's a lot of dialogue in this game, and there's a lot of NPCs, a lot of stories that intertwine. There's no way in hell I expect the player to remember every little thing that went on, even if we just do something of a Divinity or a Baldur's Gate 3 themed journal where it's just major important events as they happen and as you make decisions. Enough to load the game back up and be like, oh yeah, okay, we did that, okay, and this is where we are. We'll see. How many what you wanted this for? Potion you wanted. We need to store that the player has asked about the potion already. Just got World War II Fun Camp as a video game name. Oof. Complete with pizza ovens. Thanks, human. Let me know when it's done. Okay, we need this to go all the way over. Gonna look a little bit awkward if this condition is true. One thing this has definitely taught me is that we're gonna need at least like 2 to 3 narrative designers for this game. Initially, I was like, okay, well, you know, it's a 3-year game. Maybe one narrative designer is enough. No, we're gonna need a couple or a few of them. You remember what potion you wanted? Said you're sneaking into a store, right? Just so that you can ask him more specifically about the... I think he was saying he's gonna break into a safe. Yeah. That's where the luck potion comes in. And then we need to add in the lore loop entry points here. Can I ask something about you? What would you like to know? Keep generating some funny game titles. I like those.
Hey!
Joking Moron, thank you for the follow. I love that name. Also, egg. Thank you for the gift sub.
Bunny Company just resubscribed for 1 month. Joey King Marion gifted a tier 1 sub to Bunny Company.
That's really kind of you. Thank you for the gift sub. Congrats on 100 days. Keep going, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the follow and the gift sub. That's really nice of you. We can do 200 days. We can do it. Got Python experience. I do not, the Fantastic Loki. However, posture check. Because I'm losing my mind. We do have some people in chat with Python experience, and maybe they can give some assistance. Thank you, Datu, for the bit.
X1.
Thank you for your biddies. I'd like to ask a more personal question. Every time I say I'd like to ask a more personal question, it reminds me of Fem Shep in Mass Effect 2 talking to Jacob. And the way that they directed her to say, like, oh, I want to ask about you line is really creepy. Like, I'm more interested in just talking for a bit. Can I post GitHub links in the code? Yeah, you can. I don't mind. Can I ask something about goblins? Do you know the Muffin Man? Know of anything happening beyond this part of the realm? Actually, never mind. Just got Asian death panic, basically just COVID. Oh no. For people who don't know, there's a site that we like to use to generate random game titles. And it's really good. You can get just some wild ones. Wrath of the Hair Salon Turbo. Jackie Chan's surgery college. Oh no, you just do kung fu on people to do surgery? Like, punch in, grab their heart, pull it out. European Prison Palace. Oh, so it's just Sweden. It's just Norway and... Is it Norway or is it Sweden that has the... So Auschwitz, no, that's the wrong one. It's a palace. Probably good to clear, yeah. You can share the link in chat for you guys. It's a pretty funny one. Monty Python's Penguin of Magic. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they had made that movie. Cross-dressing nudist. Full tricycle hoedown. Pagan terrorist from hell. That's okay, that's quite the game. Pagan drug dealing Max. Masters of Dance Wasteland. Full Metal Whale Family. Peaceful Aerobics Beta. Yeah, I could see that working. Horrifying Soccer Raider. Narcoleptic College 2000. Okay, that'd be a pretty silly game. Narcoleptic College 2000. I'm trying to port my error catcher I made from my front end to my back end, but the decorator is not running the error catcher like it should. Interesting problem. Viking in the Dark could be a good horror game. That could be. I can say, Fantastic Loki, that there will be... I will have a coder on one of my friends later, so if somebody can't help in chat now, there might be somebody that I have later that could assist. To be, not to be. Hey, 2XP Games. Good to see you guys today. How's your Wednesday? Works perfectly on front end, but not the back end. Gotta be fast API screen me, but I don't know how to fix this. Interesting. Olympic crime scene investigation. That's a good one. Yeah, I can imagine the error catcher is essential. I don't have to scroll through hundreds of thousands of lines of log, right? Orlu Thief. Well, we'll see what Lazy Fang says. And here we need to save dialogue position. This is Take on Me. This is lo-fi Take on Me. Do your morning workout routine yet? No, I haven't. Tell me what to do. Britney Spears dentist. What do you want me to do? Push-ups, sit-ups, or squats? Although I'd recommend doing push-ups or squats because I don't have anything good thing to do sit-ups here. There seems to be a bug that is now fixed. Finally, that would spam literally over 1 million lines, consuming byte in end state. Anytime someone submitted a score that was bugged, then retries the submission over and over. Jesus. Jesus Christ. I have somebody later that might be able to help then. But he won't be on in here for maybe another couple hours. My workout routine is to watch you do it. Guys are so lazy. Let's do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't you dare fart reverb while I'm squatting. You guys want me to get my you guys want me to get my merch, like some merch store made so you can buy Micro Raptor t-shirts if you want? I will hydrate. You guys are just gonna spam hydrate so much that I'm gonna have to pee like a million times. Alright, lower loops look good. Lower loop entry points. Remind me what potion you wanted. You said you're sneaking into a store, right? This will be how you can learn a bit more about him getting into the safe, and you can offer a luck potion. Let's set that up. I already wasted my merch budget on the festival. That's understandable. I do the same thing when I go to like game dev, like Gamescom. I just buy so much useless shit. Actually, I'm wearing one of my shirts from Gamescom. This was... I don't remember which year. They have nice shirts at Gamescom though. Yeah, some general store of the like. Got a safe in the back room that I saw. Do you have any experience picking saves? Got a little bit. Time consuming it is. Not many ways I can speed that up though. Let's see. What about a potion of luck? What's that do? Makes you lucky. You can also say, you know, a little bit more of a detailed explanation. Could help you get into that safe faster. You'll be more lucky when trying to determine the numbers. We'd be able to try to convince people to buy more potions. That's something that I was talking about yesterday, where right now when an NPC shows up for an encounter, they have a specific need that's already, you know, programmed, right? But it would be interesting if you could change that based on dialogue. And I don't think it would require too much in the way of refactoring. Because right now we pull from a data table. For potion needs. So we could just, I don't know, let's say if we're on, 2B, right, where he wants this invisibility potion and a luck potion as a bonus. It wouldn't be terribly difficult to just make a new row and set it to whatever you can convince the NPC of. Or, if you convince them that they might want an additional effect on it, for instance, like invisibility, and in this case luck, to be able to provide that. I might do that. I might do that because I like how interesting it is. I like what it opens up in terms of dialogue. And I really don't think it would be very difficult. We just hard code the potion commission ID, but what we could just do is say this is the base commission ID and have a updated commission ID that we just store in the game instance and we call. So if you have an event of your salesman skills exactly, or your persuasion, we just update that commission ID, and that's the one that we deal with. I don't think it would be difficult. We'll do that too today. Refactor storing of potion commission ID. Store current potion commission ID. Update based on any relevant dialogue nodes. Event call. Make sure potion commission ID checks grab current, not from encounter. A little bit, I think really it's a little bit of refactoring. All we're gonna do is just be updating this ID and storing it instead of as part of the grabbing the whole encounter. We would just grab the. There's a lot of ways we can do this, but I don't think it'll be difficult in any way that we do it. And if that requires us to kind of rewrite a lot of the way that we're setting this up, or even change the way that our whole potion system works at the moment, like our scoring, I'm okay with that, as long as the result is better than what we had before. Both the potions and the dialogue are two of our core pillars to this game, so as many iterations as we need to make them unique and stable and enjoyable, I'm down for it. I do like being lucky. Give me that potion too then. It's separate. Drink it if I need it. Can the player drink potions? Yes. Any of the potions that the player can make to give to NPCs, the player can also either drink themselves or throw it at a monster enemy in combat. Watch presidential debate in the States or do not care about. I watched most of it, not all of it. Like I could drink a luck potion and then maybe have a chance of convincing them to buy more. I don't yet know how certain effects will affect the rest of the systems. Only that I do want them all to be drinkable by the player and for them to have effects on the world. We'll have to see what those change. Need to watch it, but did not have time yet. If I had to sum up the presidential debate, it was just two old men yelling at each other. Like they're both kind of lying assholes, and one of them doesn't even know where he is half the time. So I don't know. It's like what did I expect? I think there was a golf challenge. Yes, in fact, the most aware that I think Joe Biden was of what he was doing at any time was when he was arguing with Donald Trump about his golfing. It's wild. I didn't vote for either of them last time. I'm not going to vote for either of them this time. Are there only old people running for president? If you had to ask me, I don't think the idea of a deep state is that conspiratorial. I just don't anymore. In fact, I highly think that there is some group or individual below all of this pulling the strings, and no matter who wins president, their underlying goals are being achieved no matter what. It's all a facade in order to hide some underlying bullshit that we have no control over. Are you in the US? I'm from the US, but I'm in Poland. I'm in Norway. I want to visit Norway. I'd love to visit Norway. You got it. Yeah, I do think one of the weakest parts of our dialogue system right now is just this obtaining of more information to add additional effects to the potion. Because it's an event that in real life, if you're a specialist, you don't have a bunch of dialogue options to. It's not like it's not a multiple choice thing, right? That you're like, oh, this is clearly the right one. You have to use your own brain to determine that. And I think that the way that we showcase it to the player, it doesn't really provide any option. It doesn't provide them with a way to use their intuition. It's just, did you go down the right dialogue path to learn it? We might have to rethink this. Come visit, I'll take you fishing in the fjord. Dude, fuck yeah, I'd love to go fishing. What can you catch there? I'm in the US and it's getting late. I better head to bed. Thanks for explaining. Where are you at in the US? Because I'm from Wisconsin. The land of cheese and cows. Western Montana. Dude, fuck yeah. I've never been to Montana, but there's like this guilty pleasure part of me that's like, yeah, I want to move to Montana. Live off in a cabin somewhere with me, my rifle, and my cat. And just, just make games and just release them. Don't know if you've ever been to Wisconsin. It's I would say kind of maybe similar to Montana, but just more flat. There's still rolling hills from the glaciers, but not nearly as vertically diverse, mountainous, I guess is the proper word, as Montana. 15 minutes from glaciers. Pretty cool. I like glaciers. I've never been to Glacier National Park, though. There's a train station in Glacier National Park. I forget the name of it. Okay, we're just loading up Google Earth, I suppose. Where is it? Yeah, there's an Amtrak train that goes through there. And I've always wanted to take that from Chicago into Glacier National Park and just go hiking. But I wouldn't, I'd have to bring a gun or something, because I would feel very unsafe hiking up there without some way to deter from a bear or something that gets hungry. Oh, you went to the Dells. The Dells is cool, yeah. And you did Noah's Ark. It's a good one. I had a plan to visit the US at some point, but never got to it. McDonald's Lake. Wait, was there McDonald's Lake? That's funny. Yeah, there's some train station here. I forget where it is. But it's like, man, I could just hop on a train in Chicago and go here. Why would I not do that? Oh, Lake McDonald, you fish there a lot? What's in that lake? Maybe some trout? Mostly trout, nice. Rainbows too. They're pretty easy to catch. You can just grab like 2 or 3 of them, have a nice meal. No problem. Haunted Paws. Yeah, that could be pretty popular. Yeah. I think you're right. I think if this hits the right content creators, it'll go popular. Tastes pretty good too. Yeah, they do. I remember back when I was in Boy Scouts, we were fishing in a stocked pond in one of the camps, and they had a lot of rainbow trout. And me and I think 3 other individuals, we fished up 70 something. I think it was like 76 or something, or 77 rainbow trout in one whole day. And we fed our entire troop and the troop that was adjacent to us. We gutted them all. We cooked them up on the fire and we just fed. Yeah, I mean, I don't think the camp was extremely happy that one troop was able to get 77 of them in like one day, but it was like a perfect day. The sun was out, it was warm, the bugs were fucking everywhere, all the fish were, you know, the trout were jumping. They were just biting. You throw it in there, 10 seconds, bite, pull, reel in, add to the line, next one. It was wild. I have a trout like 50 meters from my house. Dude, you guys are so lucky. I could save so much money on food if I just ran down there with some worms. What's the ID for this? be... We need a dialogue exit. We didn't add a dialogue exit here either. Better go to sleep, see ya? Yeah, take care, man. Thank you for showing up, and see you later, hopefully. No sleep, only Raptor. Yeah, but you have an excuse for no sleep. It is, we are in the same time zone, in the same country. It is 10 a.m. for you. Nobody should be sleeping at 10 a.m. Call me old-fashioned. Unless it's like the weekend or something and you had a late party, gotta sleep in, or you work night shift. Sleep at 10 a.m. all the time on the weekend? Yeah, but it's the weekend, right? You can do whatever the fuck you want on the weekend. Or you're old. No, the old people wake up at like 4 in the morning. Because they were at the store, they were at Bidronka, right when it opens to grab all of the good shit from the bakery. Because God forbid I get there at like 7 a.m. and pretty much all of the yummy stuff from the bakery is gone. They go there, they put on that goddamn plastic glove, and they just pull 1, 2, 10, 20, and somehow they're eating this alone in their apartment. People here are waiting for the postman to come with the papers. Imagine being able to afford it on pension. Imagine getting a pension. I don't even get a pension in this country. So I just stopped paying taxes. Fake pull. Saving for my own pension. I don't technically make any money, so I don't actually have to pay any taxes here. Do you have dual citizenship? No. In order to get citizenship in Poland, I have to have temporary residence, or no, I have to have permanent residence for 10 years. In order to get permanent residence, I need to have temporary residence for a total of, I think, 5 years. I can only get temporary residence either on the basis of work or on the basis of like marriage or business operations here. So unfortunately, when I'm applying for temporary residence, when I was here, because I've been here for 5 years, right? But when I apply for temporary residence, I have to have a work permit. It takes sometimes 3 to 4 months to get a work permit. So when you start a new job, technically you're not supposed to start the job until you have the work permit, but let's just put it this way. 3 to 4 months work permit. Then you apply for the temporary residence on the basis of work. That takes about another 6 to, let's say, 8 months to get the temporary residence card after that. Sometimes up to a full year. And then that's when that time would start. So, and unfortunately, whenever you sign a new contract, you have to apply for a new work permit. And then that would require you to apply for a new temporary residence card. So a lot of companies here in Poland do a 3-month trial period. That's fine, except when you're not a resident here, because then you can get the work permit and then you apply for residence, but then at the time you apply for residence, your work permit's already done, so you have to sign a new contract, in which case you have to do all of it over again. And then once you get the card, it's, you know, you only have like usually like 1 or 2 years left on the residence card anyway, and you'll have to apply for a new one or an extension. It's really fucked up. Is this one of the illegal immigrants EU citizens are so mad about? Yes. Very illegal stealing our women too. No wonder our taxes are so high. I don't receive any benefits. What benefits do I receive here in Poland? I've actually never claimed unemployment in my life. Rabble. Your brain going fuzzy there. Human. I need that visibility potion. Sour 2. Don't forget it being sour. And we'll put we'll save a choice here. Thief 2A. Learned secondary, or we'll do learned secondary needs Thief 2A. 2B. Yeah, it's really fucked up to even try to get residence here in Europe if you're not from Europe. I mean, let's put it this way. Like, if you are in Europe, you can go to, like, France. You know, if you're in the EU, you can go to, like, France. You can go to Germany. You can get a job, no problem. If you live outside of EU, you're kind of fucked. There's no doubt about it. It's similar to, like, in the US. If you go to, like, Canada, you can... I'm pretty sure if you're from the US or you're from Canada, you can go work in either one, and it's relatively seamless. But if you're outside of the US or Canada... good fucking luck. Last week I went to Denmark and Netherlands, did not show papers once. It's wild. If I show, right now, if I show my, if anybody does a check if I'm legal in Poland, I'm fucked. And I'm getting that fixed. You know, we're getting married, which will fix that, but right now let's not break any laws. Put it that way. Shotgun wedding. Yeah, shotgun wedding after being engaged for like 5 years. It's a pretty shitty shotgun. Like Jim and Pam were better than me and my fiance at this point. It has a delayed charge. It's a very delayed charge. Oh, and you mentioned adding some luck potion into the deal. Gonna help me crack the safe. That's a lot of seconds. Jesus. Actually, when did we? We got engaged in... in 2019. When was it? When did I get engaged? It was 2018. Hey, you gotta work in Fantastic Loki? Congrats. Good work. Now you can go to bed tonight and not hate yourself. My boss is going into labor next week and I was supposed to take over all her responsibilities. Turns out I'm not a people leader in the system, so I can't. I'll get a raise at the end of the year anyway. Fuck you. You keep getting raises. Already forgetting the anniversary. I remember the day that we got engaged. I don't remember the year that we got engaged. The dumbest fucking shit. What was it, like you forgot like a comma or something? Or a typo? That's what happens with me all the time. Imagine not getting... I actually take pay decreases. In fact, I just quit my job to start my company. I make no money now. Every time I degrade myself, Lazy Fangs gets a raise. The American Dream, poverty. Currently I have to import all the fast API BS into the file where I define the error catcher even though none of the imports are used in this file. Yeah, that's really dumb. Remember, thanks. Let's go copy on the event. Paste. Oh, pickups. I did it as a hail fucking Mary and it worked, even though it makes negative sense. I've been there. I feel your pain. Should I just, instead of saying like that's everything for now, should I just have your character say I should go? Should I really just do a Mass Effect reference inside my game? I'm gonna do it. I should go. Let them say over and out. Ooh, don't do that. Looking for senior infra specialists in my company. Yeah, because I am a senior infrastructure specialist. That's me. I'm not a huge fan of the dialogue in 2B compared to 2A. I don't know. Just razzle dazzle. I don't lie on my resumes though. I don't like doing that. Oh, you were very agile and you always accurately story point your Jira. I don't though. I got really bad about story pointing my design tasks. To the point where I just stopped doing them at a certain point. It's really hard for me to guess how much time something creative is going to take me. Heard the stupidest fucking shit lately? Some project has developers have to work on both Mac and Windows because our company doesn't have Jira Access certified on Macs. What? What is my exact response? Like Nani? I'd like for the player to have the option to turn away the NPC. I've changed my mind. Don't think I can help you. Sorry. $500,000 points for CC Steam key. I could do something like that. I could. I wouldn't be against doing something like that. However, I need to set up the Steam first. And I need to double check if... We'll see. I'm not against it. I like the theory. I have to raid him more often, you know? I think that'll give me a little bit of a... Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'd be doing it for the shoutout, right? Let's be honest. As long as he's not playing games, no shoutouts, then okay. Learned it the hard way. I don't know why I'm yawning so much today. I think it's a combination of just both. Sometimes I'm tired. I didn't sleep the greatest last night. And I listened to relaxing lo-fi music with rain sounds in the background. I'm pretty sure that doesn't help. Yawny, damn, yawning too. Maybe. And now I can blame you, okay. Yeah, you can blame me. It's the music. We'll do some Elden Ring later. That'll pick things right back up. Shouldn't play with Spoon's heart like that. Wall sit for 30 seconds? Fuck. Alright, I'll wall sit. Getting my blood moving will be helpful. Okay, I did it. Can't see it, it didn't happen. The only wall I have available is here because I have a table with my printer here. I have all the boxes from moving into the office here because I don't throw them out. I have just like the windows here, so it's not a stable wall. It doesn't have object permanence. I will make my room in 3D. I will give you a LiDAR scan of my room. I could take a pic. Honestly, if I took a picture, you would just see a bunch of soundproofing foam lying around that I still haven't hung up on the wall. I gotta do that. I gotta do that one of these days. We need a workout cam you can just change to. Yeah, but then I have to buy another cam. I have to plug in 2 cameras. Doesn't have to be a super high quality cam though. Business expenses. I don't make any money. What business expense? That was like one of the things that, you know, I found weird about these guys asking for stake in the company to join the team. Like, what do you want to own? This is a negative. This is a negative profit business. You want to value the company at what? A loss of like $400 a month? Maybe they wanted to own the debt, should have let them. Me and my brother own 2XP together. Yeah, but that's you and your brother, right? This would have been me and like 3 guys that were talented, sure, but I didn't know. Like, I just met them. Like, I'm not changing my company structure and selling shares to you guys. We have no money. Why don't we work on the game to get money, and then I can give you guys, you know, we can talk about it then. But I want to spend the next, you know, 2 months doing bullshit paperwork and making the taxes more complicated. For nothing. Something different. We both know it's not gonna make money in a while, but we both have jobs. Yeah, and it's like it's your family. Like, work on the money, cut out the game, no middleman. Yes, like I basically just said that. I'm like, right now I want to make the game. That's it. Anything else is a waste of my time. CC NFT. I take care, spoon. Each ingredient, you can mix them into higher grade potions. It's like fucking Crypto Zoo. I'll make a game that's like Banana. And you click the potion. You click the ingredients. And sometimes you get the ingredients to drop, and then you can combine them into potions and sell the potions on the market. Fuck, it's so stupid that I would actually, it would actually work. And it wouldn't go against any of our values, because there'd be no way for us to monetize it. There would be no microtransactions. No, it wouldn't be NFTs, right? Because it would just be like the banana game. There's no DLC of any kind. No, we can't do it. I can't do it. I can do it. Can't help it, Spoon. It's who I am. Try being someone different then. All right. Paste. Paste. So fucking happy. You should be. You should be. You're ecstatic. Three hours of pain and suffering. That is a lot. A lot of the times I get stuck on like math that is so simple. Like sometimes I solve the most difficult, challenging mathematical problems in my systems, no problem. And then the ones that require like super simple math, like me just typing in 2 different math nodes to do what I need. And I just get stuck and I stare at like 10 different diagrams. You have some really sad news. You're out of coffee. Shit. Offer this instead of a giant wall of stack trace my console. I'm probably logging. Maybe okay. There is somebody's there is somebody's email in there. Maybe I shouldn't show that on screen. I didn't see that initially. I dox my own email sometimes. It's public. Well, better safe than sorry in this case. Only part of the okay. It's part of the open source. You greatly appreciate if you forward this to the Bancho to Pi development team. Score has no attribute. Time elapsed. I already gave it to 4chan. Yeah, there's like... I hate errors like this that are just... They tell you nothing. Potion reminder. That's what you wanted? Was there no error before? This is how much I know about coding. I don't like this. Turn down help. Lore loop. Entry points. Dialogue. Exit. All the other information is logged in JSON that gets sent to the ELK stack. Before it was this giant wall of text. It's like 100 lines long and wasn't searchable, so I would have to manually scroll through a huge log file to find anything. Oh, I see. Okay, okay. I'm not good at debugging. To do some work now. Project manager is stressing about something simple again. Take care and talk to you later. Good luck, man. See you later. Maybe see you for Elden Ring. I don't know. Project managers have stressful jobs, okay? You're only saying that because you were promoted to one. We have enough time to talk to me on stream. It's just that I won't have anything to talk about on the daily. Damn you. Okay, one time I got pretty burnt out and I kind of quiet quit. And I would just play old school RuneScape on my other monitor while kind of doing my work. I think learning what to stress about is important. Not quite quitting, it's managing your time correctly. I don't think it was quiet quitting. I do think it was just I was honestly burnt out. I was not feeling motivated. Like, I did not like what I was doing, and I did not like how I was being treated. I did the work that I had to do for the team, not for the people above me. I felt very connected to the people that I worked with on making the game. I am still friends with almost all of them. I really enjoy them, but the people above me, no. I do not answer anything when I clocked out. If someone called me, I write an extra hour. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, at a certain point too, I just stopped working. I went home when I needed to, and I didn't work on weekends. Like, no, fuck you. Learning not to stress is top tier. You gotta address problems, not dwell on them. Yeah. The problem is that I'm very passionate about what I work on, and I will just naturally get very invested and emotional about making games. And if somebody is hindering me from doing my best work and looking out for my values, that's when I can get really stressed and really emotional. Anyways, goodbye again. And 5 minutes later, you'll respond to something else we're talking about. And be like, no, seriously, guys, I really mean it this time. Yeah, take care until 5 minutes from now, when you'll be back. will look to get workout points. Damn it. You know, I'm surprised people don't talk about Red Dead Redemption 2 more nowadays than I think it deserves to be talked about. I know that's kind of random, but that is literally a quadruple A game, if you ask me. Isn't it an old game? I don't think it's that old. 2018? Not that old. Six years. Not a push to production and hope to God nothing majorly breaks. Right? That looks good. I'm not super happy with 2B, but this is at least a starting point. Your friends would crucify you with that. I know, I don't mean 2B as in the hot goth robot lady, okay? Whatever she is. Clip and post out of context. Alright, 2C is... Oh wait, we were gonna do these before doing 2C, weren't we? Make events to show and hide close button. Okay, we can do that. The problem is I think this button's visibility is bound to an event. Yes, it is. We have a boolean for should hide close button. Okay, that's fine. What we'll do is this. Where do we set the visibility of this? True. Dialog widget objects. Here. Okay, we need to, by default, set... No, by default, I'll have the close button be off. And we'll select the points where we want to enable it and disable it. That'll be a bit easier. Okay, default off. So unbind this. Set it to collapsed. And then let's make the events. You probably just make one event. NE toggle close toggle dialog close button. Crash the engine first. Perfect. Just to make sure that it's that the, you know, we just want to make sure that the crashing is still valid, like it's still working. So it is. That's good. Need a fresh environment. Update the... There is no update for the engine right now. I don't know what's causing it anyway. There could be something with, because it seems to be crashing a lot with narrative 3. So I'm thinking there's something in narrative 3 that's causing it. Which honestly, I should send that over to the narrative team. Yeah, I mean, I think the one thing that Unity and Unreal can, you know, that like that meme of, you know, the two arms shaking each other's hands. That's Unity and Unreal with crashing. Where is it? Where's my logs? Where's my crash logs? Unreal crash logs. You know what? It's probably directly within the project folder, not the engine folder. Duh. A couple crashes. Perfect. It's perfect. That's exactly the problem. Where is the crash? Oh no, I have structure. That's not good. I will have to fix those. Those actually are not good. those will need to be fixed immediately after this. Infinite loop detected. What? What? Yeah, I can't find it. Whatever. B, what was it? Toggle B new should button be visible. Instance editable. Function override, execute event. Graph display text. Select. Okay, looks good. Widgets. Dialog widget. Get B close. Set visibility. Looks good. We'll have to update everything with that. But default should be off. Which hasn't been infinite script recursion detected. Speaker selector? Is there an infinite loop in here? Where? Ubergraph. How do they do that? How do they have a... what? How do they have the custom outputs in the for each loop like that? How do they do that? Just breaks my mind. Just completed the 100th rumor. Nice. Nice work. Do you have any parts, or do you have any like outfit parts, pieces? Pieces of the outfit? We've had the headpiece. That's the only one that I have too, is the headpiece. I gotta do more of those rumors. But I wanna finish my Hydra task first. There's a default dialogue node though that keeps triggering. I don't know. I don't have like an update for narrative 3, right? No, I'll have to mention that to them. I don't know why it's saying that. These are more pressing. Get current encounter current stage. I just need to update those nodes. Let me go through and do that. Update potion brew, get current encounter current stage. It could be just this. Let me refresh these. Okay, we have one in the elf AI. Where's the next one? Game instance. Current stage, unknown structure. Where do I do that? It would just be this. Initialize character status. And initialize choices. Fuck it, refresh them all. Then WBP barter confirmation. Don't remember if we still use that one or not. Yeah, we do. Ubergraph, call function, get current encounter, current stage. Where is that? Here. Alright, hopefully that'll fix those. And we can get back to our goal. Refactor storing of potion commission ID. That's going to be stored in the game instance. With help of the alchemy function library. Yeah, I agree. Current potion commission ID. That will be an F name. Here it'll be not generate new commission, is it? I got a redeem request. What is that? Can we get the curse you Bale voice redeem? Yeah, do you have a good clip of it? No, I don't. Stop. Out of context. Out of context. Not even fair. Where do we update the current stage? In current encounter. Oh, I see, they're in story. Update encounter. Update the mission ID. Curse you, Raptor. It's because of the Thief 2B dialogue. I say I don't like how this is structured. That 2B, not the hot 2B. Okay, where's the Curse You Bale audio clip? Okay, is this gonna be really loud? There's that, but there's some like background to it. I kind of want the audio clip without anything in the background. Because then I can hook this up to StreamerBot. I can finally start to move some things over to that. Okay, git game instance. Cast to GI alchemy. Wait, I already have current commission and current potion commission ID. But generate new commission does not. Yeah, that's different. That is a different commission. That is for the alchemy test level. Hey, Luke-Star Computer Science, how you doing? What's this? What is this? The raw one? Thing is, I'm out of sound alerts. Can I just download this directly? I inspect the element. Can we hack the sound out of this one? Gotta be here somewhere, right? How do we search? How do I do this? Just images. Okay, so it must be pulling from source here. Oh, is that a clean one too? Oh, I'd have to get the... I have to clip that one out though. Let me see if I can find it here. It's gotta be like an MP3 or something, right? Damn it. Curse you, Bale. Shit. I could record it. Hold on. Here's what I can do. We're going super big brain, okay? I have OBS open on this computer. We can do it. Okay, we're gonna...
Curse you, Bale!
Perfect. Okay, so I'm gonna unmute the desktop audio. We are going to record and press play at like the same time. Okay, we're gonna do it.
Curse you, Bale!
No, it's gonna fuck up the recording. You can't put the fart in there. God damn it. No. Leave it like that. No, I'm not leaving it like that. Get out of here, you guys. God damn it.
Curse you, Bale!
Okay. Yeah, see, you were muted. Part of the beginning, then curse you, Bale. The moan will work. I unmuted it. Okay, now what we're gonna do is extract the audio from that. Adobe doesn't fuck me over here. Video. Here it is. Not the fart one. New project. Not fart.
Curse you, Bale!
Export media. Format. MP3. That works. Full thing. Export. Done.
Curse you, Bale!
Sounds great. A little bit quiet, but we can boost that through StreamerBot. Let me log into my streaming computer. We'll send this over. Where is it? Desktop, MP3. Okay. StreamerBot. We have to make a new reward for this. Where do I do that? Where do I do that? Oh, channel points. Power? What the fuck is a power up? Oh, it's okay. That's like the okay. I remember that's like the gigantifying bullshit. Whatever. Make a new reward. Add new custom reward. Curse you, Bill. Enter amount. Looks good. Create. Don't redeem it yet, okay? Because I won't do anything. So don't redeem that yet. Actions. Add. Curse you, Baal. Trigger. Twitch. What's it called? It's not a reward redemption, right? It's something else. Or is it? Oh yeah, here we go. Curse you, Baal. Okay, on reward. Okay. Sub action. How do I have it play audio? Sounds. Play sound. Audio device. I think it has to be... Which one? Bit of Audacity. No, I'm using StreamerBot. I don't want to share my screen though because it's got my ID on there. I don't want to do that. I can get it. I can get play this on. I just don't know which audio output I should do, but I can just change it if it doesn't work. So let me do default sound file to play. Finish playing before continuing. I can test it. Fatal UI exception encountered. It just closed. It just crashed it. Trying to test the audio. Okay. Wonderful. Great start. You gonna crash again? Yeah, I just... Really? How come when you guys moan, it properly shows those 5 hot dudes behind me? But I can't get it to play a damn sound. Alright, let me test it here. That still works, right? It still shows the hot dudes behind me. That didn't play. Or only you guys would have heard it. But it shouldn't. Moan? No, moan is being done through... No, moan is being done through sound alerts, but I have an additional action set up in StreamerBot to hide and unhide the source. So it isn't playing the audio through that. Hold on, I'll just play this sound through this, and we'll see if you can hear it. Oh, it's gonna bitch at me because the audio device is currently in use. I suppose I could have, instead of it, okay, if it doesn't work, what I can do is have an OBS source, an audio source in the OBS, and update what it should play, and then have it play through OBS rather than trying to play it through StreamerBot. That's an option. A StreamBot's just like a all-in-one custom actions and very modular. No, it's called, you can get to it from streamer.bot. Very useful. And it's self-hosted, which is nice. And I'm trying to get everything moved over there, but being a little annoying. Okay, what I'll do is this. I will set up a custom audio player. Media source. This will be alert sound. No, I don't think I need anybody's help with this one. It's just because of my 2PC setup, I have audio configured weirdly. And so playing audio off of this computer, off of my streaming computer, is kind of fucky. So instead what I'll do is I'll just set up a media source in OBS. I'll have the action update the media source and then play it. And that way we can reuse that media source, so then I should hear it and you should hear it. Or only you will hear it. If I can't get it figured out in like the next 10 minutes, then we'll be done with it.
Curse you, Bale!
Did you hear that? I heard that. Did you hear that? You guys heard that. Was it at a good sound or was it too much? Needs to be obviously louder. For me, it was pretty loud already. Like maybe I could boost it by like 10, 15, maybe 20%, but like, how much would you guys have it boosted by? %? Okay, try redeeming the Curse You Bale channel point redeem.
Curse you, Bale!
Good. Okay, it works. So I will just duplicate that. We can use that to move all of our sound effects over. Oh, Jesus, scared me. Cool. Well, we know it works, so then we can do that. We can move all of our sound alerts over so we never have to rely on fucking sound alerts again. Thank the Lord. That's my eventual hope, is to just like move everything over to that. Don't have to rely on a whole bunch of third-party shit that goes down all the time like Sound Alerts does. And then we can put in like more custom control over that. I think I was trying to set it up recently with the sub alerts or follower alerts, but it wasn't. I don't remember if it was working or not. Use Twitch inbuilt ones. I don't remember why mine wasn't working. Oh, I think it was because I don't remember. I could get it to play the video, but something with the text of it was working a little bit wonky. If I could just bring like one other person onto the team who could stream some of the days for me, I could then just spend a whole day updating all this shit that I need to do. Or if I just took a day off to do it. Because all the days that I've been taking off recently have been to do something like in Krakow, in my old apartment. Text edition is pretty weird in the Twitch. I don't want a fake microraptor. It wouldn't be a fake microraptor. It would just be somebody else working on the game, like doing something else, like working on the combat, the potion combat, or if we can get like an artist, they'd be doing the modeling. That way you could learn some other things about it and see a different part of the game. Okay, get current potion commission ID. Now we update this whenever we update encounter. We can do update commission ID simply by breaking this and sending the potion commission ID. And then we need to make an event. Store current potion commission ID, we do. Update based on relevant dialogue notes, we don't. And we need to make sure potion commission ID checks the current not from encounter. Can't forget that. NE update potion commission. New variable, fname, commission ID. Instance editable. Execute event. Update commission ID. I'm going to do one thing. I'm going to have an output on this. B does row exist. Get data table row. just as a little bit of a backup. That's the wrong one. Update Potion Commission ID. We can do a node color on this too. And if we want to do it on dialogue close, toggle dialogue close button. But I don't think I'll do it on that. But update Potion Commission ID is pretty important. Note color. What do we want that to be? What color? For updating the Potion Commission? Do blue. Okay, that looks good. We store it, we have the proper calls for it. We need to make sure that when we check the Potion Commission ID, which is going to be in the bartering widget, and I think that's the only place, although I'm not 100% sure on that. It could also be in the where we do the scoring logic. Yeah, right here. We pulled commission data from here too. We need to do get current, get commission ID. Here. Yeah, this is our fallback. This is the one, so we want to do get commission ID. Okay, that should work. So it should have no effect on what we currently have, but it will enable us to now, through dialogue, update the commission ID. So we could have a case of where you just convince the NPC or something that they want something entirely different. Like, no, you don't want to break in at night. You know, invisibility, fuck that. You can go this other direction and totally different potion that you need, but I can handle it, and we should be able to do it. And as usual on this channel, I'm going to assume it works without testing whether or not it works, so that later down the line when we actually want to use it and it causes a bug, I can say, why the fuck didn't I test that this was working in the first place? Now I have to fix the bug. You know. We'll fix that on day 200 of Cauldron Chronicles development. Day 100, it's all about progress, not about bugs. This should be good though. Signature raptor move, yeah. Classy. Actually, I guess there is one potential other case of that we would need to update too. Which is, I think, wherever we store... When we grab potion scores for encounters... No, because we save that per encounter. So that might already be okay. Yeah, in this case we don't care about the commission, we care about the encounters. So no matter what commission we have for that encounter, it will be okay. So we don't need to update that. Nah, we'll test it out at some point. I'm just glad I'm not being follow rated today. You know, knock on wood, I guess, for that one, but that's always nice. Alright, we need to update these to have the new close button. Let me test if it works though. We'll see if the close button is gone or not. It shouldn't be there. Yeah. There's no way to get out of this at the moment. Event here. Toggle dialogue close button. Should button be visible? True. We'll see if it works. I actually can't get back to it from here. Oopsies. We did it for 2A and 2B, but we didn't do it here. We need this actually never mind. After this plate of scuffed nachos, somebody save me. Why are they scuffed? Are they just like bland shit? Melted cheese on steak cut fries with salsa. That's not, yeah, that is not even nachos adjacent. That sounds not very great. Pretty good. I'll take your word for it. Okay, it shows up. Perfect. Do. Okay, when the player enters these, we want to hide the dialogue close button. Yeah. Set close button collapsed. These are okay to not do it with. We'll put these in the individual lore loops to close the button. Here's good, and it's going to push the player back to this node. Wait. This Dag Thief 1 dialogue node NPC 5. What node is that? Oh, I see it. It pops the player up here. Okay. That's weird. It's like if you close the dialogue, and then re-enter it, you won't actually have the ability to ask him these questions. Okay, what can I do for you? What poison do you need? Care for flavors or anything that might make it work easier? Yes, yeah, I don't like this aspect that you. I don't know. I need to figure out a different way to. Let the player offer to make like an additional potion, or with additional effects. We'll have to refactor that. We don't have any way to exit this dialogue either. Bit messy, isn't it? These all lead up to 5. These lead back to 3. This is 3. Yeah, this is kind of messy, isn't it? Let me rehook these up. What kind of poison did you need? Okay, so we need to set the close button to be invisible. Well, it's automatically invisible. So here we need to set it invisible. Or don't do anything, actually. And here we will set it to visible. Rated Thief 1. This is dialogue note 3. This is going to be a little out of order. I know I want to hook it up to all these and then these two, so let me hook it up in the proper order that I want it. What kind do you need? That's fine. That's a good order. Care for flavor. That. Do this next. These two. Lore loop. And that. They'll fix these ones as well. This looks terrible. There's so much spaghetti. Yeah, there ain't a lot of ways I can make that look super acceptable. A bit cringe. Okay, we will add the event for toggle dialog close button. Any care for flavor? Technically these ones don't need to have it, but it's alright. Forget I want to interrogate him or guys, so don't make any of this too strong. Yeah, that looks okay. Now, as long as it plays okay. I don't know about that. But we can test it. Okay, what can I do for you? Need a potion, of course, not so much potion, this is a poison. This probably shouldn't appear until you know about it. Or just we can just change this to... A little awkward, isn't it? What's this one? Player 10. Player 3 is which one? Is this one? Yeah, I want player 3 to be above or below player 10. Wait, right? No, 10's in last place. That's correct. It's weird that it was placing the exit above, even though it's theoretically it should load later. It should be the last one to be created. Yeah, why is that made last? Kind of weird. Which one of these is the one that makes them? Strong desire to flashbang the image of Mike Goblin Trout with the vine boom sound effect when Spoon hits you with the D's nuts joke. That would be pretty good. is it... Why is 10 loaded before 3? It was 7, 9, 10, 3. Seven, 9, 3, 10. That's weird. I might have to report that to the Narrative 3 team. Unless I can get one of the developers in here now about it. We have I feel really bad for like pinging these guys like, hey, can you solve my bugs individually? I won't feel bad if he doesn't have time though. Oh my god. This is ridiculous. What a ridiculous concept. Goblin. I do like it though. What if I move 10 to the top? What happens if I do that? I'm curious where it ends up then. He's so spoonful. He is. Okay, let this one go. Here we go. Seven, 9. It goes in the same order. 7, 9, 10, 3. Hate decryption. Thank you. I'm sorry. I hate to bother you. I had a quick question. Maybe you know the reason why this is occurring. I know you mentioned yesterday, and we talked about it a bit, that the order in which you connect things matters, right? In how the dialogue responses get layered for the player. It seems to not matter what order they are in on the player replies array. Or am I getting that wrong? Because I want dialogue node player 10 to be at the bottom. And so I connected it last, but it appears above dialogue node player 3 in testing. And I don't know why. It's getting passed here in the wrong order that it is occurring here in the array. For instance, 4 options have passed the test. We have 7, 9, 10, 3. But in here we have 7, 9, 3, 10. I'm not sure why that is. I don't know what controls that. I think this is a something in the C, right? The call for this function. Instead of moving the array around, what if you disconnect the nodes and reconnect them manually in the right order? Okay, let me do that. If I can remember what's the right order. This one. This one. Let's make the spaghetti again. Find out which the array should drive it. Yeah, it's weird that the order is different. But I don't have the call exposed because if I'm not mistaken, it's in the code. I don't know what it does in there. Hey, Coach Carter, how you doing? Happy Wednesday. You're doing great. Fantastic. I am a little bit tired. I'm yawning like crazy today. Happy Frog Day. It's still in the wrong order. That's wild. I want the I'll be back to be below can I ask something about you. That's weird. I don't know why that's happening. New 4TB SSD appeared in the mail. Installing it in the morning because I'm lazier than late. 4TB SSD. Wow. As a test, if you disconnect them all and simply add I'll be back, does it only show that one? Good question. I'll be back is there. What if we do this 1 second? Okay, that's in the proper order. Let's connect them in the intended order. There is a way that I can manipulate this too. If the bug can't be solved, there's a way I can manipulate it. I can forcefully tell it to appear at the bottom of the list. Yeah, same issue. That's so weird. Ship from warehouse in the UK somewhere to Australia in under a week. That's not teleportation. I don't know what is. That's wild. Positive effects of COVID, improved process and shipments. Strapped to dolphins delivered by huntsman spiders. I've been thinking about getting a tarantula. But I'd have to, you know, the most important thing for me would be the living conditions of it. But but I love spiders. I've always wanted a tarantula. Just something small. Little tarantula. There's some pretty nice little species you can get. I can think. No, there's some pretty small ones. There's lots of different tarantula species. These are like the, name it Trent. Could. It shivers every fucking time. They're so cute though. There's one of those, there's one with like, ooh, that's really pretty. Oh, I love the abdomen of that. Yeah, there's these nice pretty blue ones. They're just extra special dogs. Be cute in a continent away. No, it'd be really cool to own one. You'd only have to feed them like once a week. They're pretty chill. Oh, I love, oh, the pink's so cool. So fuzzy. That's a plushie. you can own the plushie. Yeah, that one looks a bit larger. I'd really just want like a small one. This is a tarantula. I could own something like maybe twice the size of this max. It's not even the shape, it's that they are dumb animals with no social behaviors equipped with venom that can kill you. And no, most tarantulas don't. The venom is not going to kill you. If anything, the most annoying part of them is going to be the hairs. If you agitate them, those hairs are like little needles that get under your skin. And they take like a week to dissolve. You're gonna be like scratching at your hand for a week. But it's really only if you like agitate them. A lot of tarantulas are pretty docile. The problem is you need to keep their tank warm within a certain temperature range. They're pretty sensitive to that. Smaller tarantulas, I don't think that they would have large enough fangs to pierce your skin. That's the thing for a lot of spiders, is that they don't have fangs large enough to pierce skin. Your own Spider-Man. Let's get a dog. Nah, I'll take cats, thank you. I'm a cat person. So the nodes themselves must be handled through C. In which case, unless the structure is exposed here, but I doubt it. No, they're not. Cats will still randomly bite you. Cats don't randomly bite you, they bite for a reason. But they do zoom. A lot of people just don't teach cats. They think, oh, I buy cat, I leave cat be, cat grow into adult cat. I think with people with dogs, they realize, okay, I get a dog, I have to train the dog to not do bad things. And if I do that correctly, dog will mostly not do bad things. The problem is you have to train a cat too to not do the bad things. If you train your cat won't do bad things. People also like to play with their kittens with their hands because, oh, it's cute, but then kitten grows up learning, oh, hands are toys, hands are okay to bite and play with. Don't play with your kittens with your hands. Simple as that. Play with your feet. Taught my cat, same as I taught my dog from years ago. She can high five, speak, and do uppies. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of very similarities between teaching dogs and teaching cats properly. And if you have a well-trained cat, you can then bring in another, like, kitten or cat later on. And as long as they get along, they will learn, that kitten will learn some of the behavior from the adult cat. A lot of cat bites, too, are not meant to harm, but are meant as a communication method. As like, hey, stop doing that. I'm not trying to hurt you, but I'm trying to tell you that I don't enjoy that. So, like, admonishing a cat every time they bite you could be sending the wrong message. You're doing a bad job of trying. The only thing I can think of is doing... I can't really tack on an additional variable to this, can I? What happens if I take the dialogue node, I make a variable, and I expose it? I don't really see it here. Gotta go back to work, no worries. Talk to you later, Coach Carter. Good luck. Yeah, the thing is that the parent class is here in C. The scary, scary C. This is just the header file, though. I would need the actual class file, not just the header. That's weird though that I can't make a variable and expose it. Removing the nodes in the correct position in the dialogue. Physical positions. That can get pretty messy. I already have quite a bit of spaghetti here. Looks at the Y direction to sort it. Is there any way to not have it do that? I mean, thinking about it some more, I don't mind that functionality. Shit, then we would have to... I just kind of... A lot of spaghetti here. That does fix it. Another option I had was to... like, if I had a boolean to force it to the end. Which I guess I could... well, no, I can't do because I can't tell it. The only way I could do it is through something that I already have access to, which would be a condition or event. Which actually we could do that. If we do an event for end dialogue, we should be able to grab dialogue node player object references. Is that a C class? Actually, the C++ classes are here. Interesting. don't want to mess with that though, because I don't feel confident enough to do it without screwing something up. We probably have to cast it as dialogue node player and then grab. No, there's no event here. Oh no, it is here. There is events. We can promote this to a local variable. We'll call this current player response. If get current play, actually we need to test this first. Current player response. We shouldn't need to cast it because it's already that object. We should just be able to grab events. Get events. What is this? This is a narrative event object reference. Can we get the event type? Its display name? Let me do that and we'll print that. And I just want to see if that works. Save choice. NE save choice. Okay. Perfect. What's the event call that we want to check for? NE end dialogue. Local variable B found option to put at bottom. That ordering did work, and now I am putting in some custom blueprints to check for a specific event and force it to the bottom if that event exists. If I ever have to update narrative 3, there's going to be a lot of conflicts. find substring. What does it return if it's not, if it doesn't find it? Let me do it a bit safer. Do this in a function, accepts the list of replies, puts the list of replies so it's all tidied away. That sounds a lot more efficient, which is not allowed on this channel. We must do things in the least optimal, most aggravating way that causes the most amount of problems going forward. Yeah, that's correct. Get some space. Yeah, whatever. Looks good enough. What would you do if you were isekai'd into a micro raptor? What would I do? I mean, this would be like back in time, right? So I'd be back in prehistoric times. I'd hope to God that or I guess Raptor Jesus, that whatever time period I was sent back in does not overlap with the extinction of the dinosaur. You know what? No, fuck it. I do hope so. I want to see it. I want to look up with my dinosaur brain and see big fiery rock hurtling toward me and just be like, that's it. See you guys. It's the exact mind as you have now. Oh, I'd have the exact same mind. Okay. Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see the explosion. I want to see it hurtling towards me at just unfathomable speeds. What an answer. That would be sometimes. Would you try to build tools? With your grubby Microraptor paw? Yeah. Yeah, I would. I'd have to eat pizza. Like, how else am I gonna make pizza? Is such a spliced, terrible way to do this. I love it. I love how terrible this looks. So theoretically, I should be able to put this anywhere. And if it works, it will force it to the bottom. Except there's going to be a bug that we need to fix first. Ah, yes, there's one of the bugs. Why is there a bug? Get child count +1. The first one, well, it says 2. It should be 1. Okay. Kinda weird. We should make an anime about a Microraptor with human intelligence. Don't give them ideas. Reborn as a dinosaur. 3? Adding all the items back into the array. Shouldn't be. Player reply box, get children count +1. Maybe it is just this +1 is doing something. That's kind of weird though. It's almost like then there's a dummy. Unless set option number automatically starts at 1. That is very possible. But no, it should. No, it does. It does add 1. That's why. Yep, because it was originally just reading the index, so it must add 1 within the function. That's all it is. Okay. So in that, now that'll look for the event and it'll force that to the bottom no matter what. Perfect. So no matter where it is vertically on the graph, it'll force that to the bottom. I like it. To consider bestiality to have sex with a Microraptor if you have a human mind but a Microraptor body. How do I even answer that? I don't think the concept of bestiality exists when you are the only human alive. I think you get a pass. You know, you would get a pass because you can't reproduce other humans. So I guess you need the C++ changes to remove the Y sorting. But I'm scared to adjust the C++. I'm very scared because if anything, what I would do is just, you know, I'd have like an option in here to force it. You know, just a boolean to like force it to bottom or something. I don't mind the automatic Y sorting. In fact, I think I prefer it, except when I really, really need something at the bottom, but don't want to have to, you know, like throw it down here. Also, redirect to nodes would be very cool. This is a little bit disorganized. Offspring would have somewhere between the intelligence of you and the female Microraptor, roughly in the middle. So essentially my offspring, my Microraptor offspring would be theoretically the most intelligent Microraptor to exist. So I should really just create a dynasty and usher in an era of Microraptors that can rule the prehistoric jungles. They'd be mentally handicapped by human standards, but geniuses by Microraptor standards. Okay. done. Yeah, it could be done. See, it works here because, I don't know, I think just this Thief 1 organization is trash. I think Thief 2A is much better laid out. Thief 2B is better laid out, but it sucks. I don't like it. What a great first 3 set of dialogues to write. One that works well but is organized poorly, one that works well and is organized well, and one that doesn't work well but is organized well. The next one won't work well and won't be organized well. Oh, I added in a line too between the, I don't know. I make a lot of changes to narrative. I kind of feel bad though that I show you guys that. I forget you can call begin dialogue via an event on the same dialogue file to make it go to another node. You are right. But what if I want to offer multiple dialogue options? The player one has it, but it has it below the conditions and events. Oh, they're both below the events and conditions. Hey, Lilystorm, want to work on a game together? What game? Stick an empty node before the options and call that instead. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good way to do it. Let's do that. Let's do that right now. Let's make this look better. It won't render that. I think we made it so it won't render that line, right? We'll see. Wait, hold on. It would be... How would I accomplish this decryption? To prevent having to link all of these player options to these two. I'd have to still connect them. Top-down RPG Zelda style tile set. Not exactly so no copyright issues. Reshoot robot enemies. Make sound effects and map. I've never used Godot. Well, I've touched a Godot, but I've never used RPG Maker. Connect an empty thief node to all the player nodes and then call begin dialogue. I mean, I appreciate the offer, Lilystorm, but I'm pretty deep into this game already. You know, we need to make our first playable so we can get funding from a publisher. And I'll be starting another game soon. Next Friday. So, but maybe there's somebody in chat who would want to join you. I know we have a few individuals that want to try to make something but don't have anybody to work with. So if you're open to, you know, somebody else from chat, feel free to contact them. Are you starting Paint or Submarine Chronicle? I'm starting the Submarine one next week. We're just doing some early pre-production. Okay, I see it. So, hold on. Blue thief, green event begin dialogue. Orange player. Oh, okay, I see. I see. No, don't worry. I mean, if you have access to our cat emote, let me post it. That is the peak, the pinnacle of my drawing skills. So, you know, you and I can be in the same camp. Okay, so this one, hold on, let's do it this way. Disconnect, disconnect. These are okay.
Hey!
Lily Storm, thank you for the follow. I mean, look, if there isn't anybody right now, I do know that plenty of people filter through here and want to build something, but don't have anyone to work with. So, by all means, you know, stick around. I'm sure somebody will show up. And if not, I will try to remember. And if somebody, you know, comes in and says, I want to work on something, but I don't have anyone to work with, I will see, you know, find a way to contact you. Add me on Discord if you can. On our Discord channel, I am Maester Silvio. You can add me, and if I get somebody, I can forward them to you. At the start of GMTK game jams, they normally open up the teams finding website where you can find people with skills and such. Might be worth keeping an eye out for it. Yeah, there's also a bunch of itch.io game jams. This site is great if you're looking to team up with somebody. Chip Tone Jam. There is a Pirate Software Jam coming up pretty soon. I don't see it. Arceus Game Jam starting mid-August. GMTK is a week before it. There are so many jams. You wanna know the really sad part is I've never done a game jam. There's an OST composing jam. I'm not surprised there's a not safe for work jam. I don't see it. Maybe it was a bit later. Oh yeah, here it is. There's a Pirate Software game jam coming up. And this one is pretty freeform because you can just work in anything. Just no AI generated stuff, no porn or nudity, and make a GDD, work, make anything you want, essentially. I do want to do it. I want to host a Microraptor game jam. There's also a Kenny jam too. If you're working in Godot or RPG Maker, Kenny offers a whole bunch of assets, a ton of them for 2D. Completely free. And so this could be a pretty cool jam. There will be a theme though. So I don't know, I can share this in chat if anybody's interested. There's a list of all the jams. I think it is a great way to learn. I ended up learning by just finding a job eventually in the industry, but I do want to do a game jam. Here I could do the same thing as well. Not safe for work mini jam. That's the one. Do you want to make a not safe for work game? There's a market for it. There's a lot of money that pumps through porn. No? Okay. I'm curious, Decryption, is there a way, like I have this node linking back to these two player options, right? But I also have this option connected to it. I don't see any way that I can retain that, but remove the back tracing lines. Because if I put a empty node and connect it, you know, like we're gonna do up here, it would override this one, so this one wouldn't be visible, but just these two would. Market for not safe for work games is huge. Yeah, it is. Here's how much it sells behind closed doors. Is gore not safe for work? To some people, yes. To some people, yes. To some countries, actually. Sadly, not the only way you can do that would be duplicating the nodes or adding a condition to it, so it only shows when you really want. Yeah. This is still better than before. This is still an improvement. I'm pretty sure that China would censor blood. And I think, isn't it Australia that bans heavy gore in games? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong on that. They did ban Manhunt. I swear they banned something more recently that caused quite a bit of controversy. Okay, so you said, Decryption, to put an event, begin dialogue, on here. Let's try it. That leads to here. I'll have to update these as well, but this should be tried. Does China ban Microraptor dating sims? I don't know. I'd have to call Winnie the Pooh on that one. That's gonna get me in trouble. Oops. Let me apologize to human rights violation country. That works. Yes, that does work. Wait, does it? We're gonna take one step further. You could also place them in different dialog files and have thief and blur. Don't stress me out. You're not wrong though. Oh, because I didn't connect these up. No, I did connect them. Why? Hold on a sec. They do. Only some of them do. There should be, I think, 4 things showing up. Not on this one. This one. There are 4. What is exiting out too early? I know why. It's because of this. Yeah, I know what to do. Where are my local variables? And why are they not showing up? There we go. I just needed to skip this index and reset that, but I need it to appear at the end. I need to skip the index, but still have something saved. Here, skip index. Duplicate. Let's skip index. Okay, problem solved. It'd be easier to sort the array and just put it at the bottom. Yes. Yes, it would be. That would be... yes. Here we go. It's work. It would have been better to do initially. It definitely would have been better to do initially. That would make a lot more sense. Like, the part of me still wants to do it. But part of me is like, well, it's working. Do I need to refactor it? I'm torn between those 2 versions of myself. There are 2 wolves inside of me. And they are making love. And getting no work done. And they're both boy wolves. So, you know. I don't know what that means, but I guess it's more interesting that way. Speaking of spaghetti, we might have a little bit of that here too. Okay, we need to utilize that method moving forward. I don't want to refactor this. No, I do. I kind of want to do it. No, I don't. We will just do the new method moving forward. I mean, okay, let's put it this way. Pretty much all of this dialogue for this NPC is considered placeholder. I don't know if this NPC is going to make the cut. I just need it to learn the system, adjust the system to our needs, determine the proper way to utilize the system, and then pass that knowledge on to a narrative designer who can set this all straight. So I guess our goal is that it works the way it's intended, and that we learn the proper way to do it. Oh, there was a bug too. There was a bug that I was going to mention. I found this in the logs. There's an infinite script recursion in WBP speaker selector, but it seemed to be isolated specifically to a dialogue node instance, and I don't really... But it's still calling a function in the Uber graph. Can you send me that array? This bug? I don't know if it's specific to me, but I just found it in the logs. You want me to send the whole log file? Or just these lines? This line should be fine? Okay. There you go. I don't know if it was something that was specifically in my project or if it was something deeper. I don't see it here, so it was just in the crash log. Which might have been why it crashed, honestly. It happened when I made a new event and I was adding a variable to the event and it crashed on that. Don't know if that's re-triggerable. No. If not, I'll reach out. Cool. I got all the crash logs. They're all here. My project, I don't know, once or twice it crashes. No biggie. Like 50 crashes. Okay, Thief 2C is when he comes back to berate you, doesn't want a potion, and leaves. This should be fun. Hey, you. Alchemist. Human. He's angry. He's using the exclamation points. He's got the caps lock. You almost got me killed, you did. Whoa, slow down. What happened? Walk. Whoa. Happened. Oh, and we need to hide the escape button on this one too. The exit button. Toggle dialogue. No, it's automatically closed. That's not important. What happened is your poison was shite. Ran in there like a fool, expecting it to work, and it did nothing. You have a day job or are you full-time self-employed? I'm full-time unemployed. Let's put it that way. Technically, I'm full-time self-employed, but without an income, so I guess you'd call it stupid. Base needs full-time sugar. Yeah, I don't have shit, dude. Full-time bank account destroyer. I play number go up games, so number go down in real life. Old school RuneScape is the only thing that makes me feel like numbers are going up in my life. Life expectancy is going down. Calories is going up. Money is going down, and age is going up. All the things that are going up should be going down, and all the things going down should be going up. I mean, you get offered 1 million euros, so it can't be that bad. It wasn't really offered, it was just... That is where the current... That's where Cauldron Chronicles currently lies. And I guess I could... If I cut some things back out of Cauldron Chronicles, I could make the game for 1 million euros. But it would be a different game. Like, I'd probably have to remove the open world aspects to it. You'd order ingredients every day, you'd make the potions. You know, no open world aspect to it. But I feel like that would significantly... I feel like that'd be very detrimental to the game's identity. I do need like 4 times that, yeah. There are ways that I can make Cauldron Chronicles work with less money, but I want to at least first try with what I have, and then we'll talk from there if things don't work out. You know, we'll have that sit down on stream. We'll say, look, it's not gonna work. How can we achieve what we want to achieve without going further? Yeah, unfortunately the cost of things is just... Making games is expensive if you want to work in a team. This is all in Polish currency. This is also not the updated budget. Oh no, it is. Total's down there. Yeah, very confidential, by the way. Don't share this with anyone, okay? And especially don't go to microraptorgames.com, click on games, and then Cauldron Chronicles, and then scroll down to documents for publishers and press get docs. Do not do that. With software you can sell an MVP, but in gaming that's pretty frowned upon. No, you can sell an MVP. You absolutely can. Like that, you want to aim for, you know, making either your first playable or ideally a vertical slice to sell to publishers. We're trying to sell it with a first playable, so that's what our goal is: just to make first playable, sell it to publisher. You need 1.1 million, but you could only get 1 million. No, I need 4 million. I need about 4 million, 3 to 4 million euros, 3.5, right? No, wait, it would be, shit. Mm. Look how good I am at math. It's 5 zloty per euro, right? So it's only like 2.2. Why not just hire one programmer and one artist? Because I don't even have enough money to do that. I have enough money in my bank account to pay for a programmer, a good programmer and artist for maybe 2 months, and that's generous. For first playable, I estimate we'll need an accountant to pay. I don't want to do that, and I can't do that, and I don't feel safe doing that. We need 2 programmers, because our game is pretty systems driven, and 1 producer. And then I am the designer. We don't need an artist for first playable. We just would be utilizing assets for that. We're not big enough to realize that in the time he could pay them, yeah. I could solo dev the first playable. That is what I have essentially accepted as the reality. Epic Mega Grants would work, but I want to make... we can only ask for Epic Mega Grants once as far as I know. Like, if we receive money, we can only receive money once. And it takes about, from what I've heard, it takes about a year to get the money. So I'd ideally like to go to Epic when we have our vertical slice. So I want to try to get vertical slice funding, go to Epic Mega Grants, and then go to Kickstarter to diversify funding. And I think then we could ask Epic for probably 500,000 to $1 million. Probably 500,000 from Epic. What's the difference between first playable and vertical slice? First playable is going to be the first roughest iteration of your game, ideally just white boxed or with assets you already own, to give you an idea of what the game is going to play like and how it should feel, but nothing is finalized. Vertical slice is a small section of your game that is at release level quality with proper final assets, final sounds, everything as it's going to feel in the final game, but it's only a tiny little fraction of your game. And you should also have your pipelines ready at the end of vertical slice to jump into full production or alpha and beta. So a good example of a vertical slice would be White Orchard from Witcher 3. If you guys have played that. This is a very small section of the game at the start of the game with everything that you'll experience in the rest of the game, but tiny little map. So I bet that this was their vertical slice, was to make this. So our goal is to do what we can to get to first playable, and I can do that on my own if necessary. Not ideally, but I'll do it. Then we go to publishers and we seek either for funding for vertical slice or for full production. At the end of vertical slice, we then diversify funding through grants and through Kickstarter, other means like that, in the effort to get to release at the end of beta. What does a producer do? A producer handles the organization of your game, so they handle tasks. They do interdepartmental communication. They'll handle communication usually between the publisher and the developers. So essentially, you won't. If I'm working as just a designer, I'm going to be talking with my lead and with the producer of what can we handle in the next 2 weeks. Players are saying this. Can we fit this into the timeline? Do we need to ask for more money from the publisher in order to add maybe 2 months more of development? Things like that. They also often do work with certification or consoles. They will work on budgets with leads. So, they kind of sit above and similar paying as the creative director. Creative director and producer do a lot of the same stuff but together, and then send all of those tasks down to the leads, who then send that down to the rest of the team. A first person first playable versus a whole team first playable. You definitely don't want to utilize your whole team to do first playable because it's a waste of budget. For instance, I don't need art and animation to help me with first playable because we don't need, at least for this game, we don't need finalized art to determine if the game is fun or not, right? At the end of first playable, we have a big question that we need to answer of, is this game fun? Is this idea actually good? If not, we say, can we fix it, or should we just scrap it and move to the next idea? So you want to do this with the least amount of people possible to keep budget low, And usually teams are still finishing up a game. So right here in our beta and buffer, I would actually start to move people. I would actually start to, it's a scam bot. I would start to move people over to the next game to work on it. So for instance, a programmer, a producer, and a designer. Minimal 3 people to do pre-production first playable of the next game that we're going to make. And then once that's done, we can then move the rest of the team over slowly to start production on it. Like the vertical slice could be done with one generalist programmer, one generalist artist, one designer, and an accountant. I don't think so. No, because you need to have release quality assets. So for instance, everything in here, for instance, we would need to have replaced, right? Because these are all placeholder assets. We would then need to have all of our NPCs that we're going to have in our vertical slice. So 3 of them is our goal, to have full voice acting, full proper animations. We need to have all the systems finalized. Yeah, vertical slice is the demo, exactly. Vertical slice is a perfect demo. When players play it, they need to say, okay, this is what I expect for the rest of the game. So you shouldn't have anything placeholder or bullshit.
You,
I love it. Thanks, Katsuguru. How World used marketplace assets. Using marketplace assets is not a bad thing. That is up to the individual developer. I don't think I would need to.
Just a prototype.
Also that. I don't think I need to replace some of these rocks, for instance. But these trees, I want to have more in line with what our final vision for the art is going to look like, or the ingredients. These are all, you know, ingredients that I got from asset packs. You see this rock in about 1 out of every 10 stylized game on Steam at this point, so, you know, we want to replace that. It is also early access. Early access does change the way that you produce a game, that's true. But, you know, I want to do this carefully. I want to make sure that we are creating a unique style to our game. So for me, this entire level, for instance, is placeholder. This is not the level that you're going to have in the final game. This is a level that allows me to build parts of the game into it in a believable and reasonably testable way. So that when players play it, they can be like, okay, I get what this should feel like. But this is not representative of the final level that we'll have in the game. So this is a good thing to show publishers and say, this is what the game will feel like. These are the systems we'll have in it. This is how it plays. Here's the gameplay loop. Here's what makes it fun. And then here's concept art to show you what our intended final vision is going to look like. And that concept art will then be used to develop the vertical slice with use of the prototype or the first playable to create the proper implementation of the game. One thing additionally to mention is that for your first playable, you often will create trash code. Things that just barely work. They are dirty, they are maybe a bit spaghetti-ish. They function. They're not meant to be expandable infinitely or allow you to achieve the scale that you want to have in your final game. When you move from first playable to vertical slice, ideally you should start a completely new project and build the code architecture in the proper way. Because your goal with first playable is to fail as quickly as possible. The faster you fail, the faster you can realize, okay, this isn't fun, we need to change it, this isn't fun, we should remove it, and you find your unknown, you take your unknown unknowns and you turn them into either known knowns or known unknowns. Which I can explain what that means. A very important tool for production is, essentially in this case for game dev, unknown unknowns are things that you didn't know that you need to do and you don't know how to do them. Those are scary because those create a lot of, those waste a lot of time. You know, it's like finding out that you needed to insert this feature into your game and you take a look at how to do it, and you're like, I don't know how we do it. You also then have unknown knowns. So it's like things that you know you need to make. Or unknown knowns are things that you don't know you need to make, but you know how to make them. And known unknowns are things that you know you need to make, but don't know how to make. How do you know you know? You don't. But by creating a first playable, you kind of go through the basics, the high level of every system that you're going to have in your game, and you can mitigate the number of unknown unknowns, or let's just say unknowns, that you're going to have when you jump into vertical slice. And vertical slice helps to even go further than that. You start to jump into the low level, right? So like a high level is, I need NPCs in my game. I need to talk to them. And we made our first system to do that, and it was shit, but it worked. So we realized, okay, we need a system that is more visually accessible, and we found Narrative 3. And now that we have Narrative 3, we can jump into that and start to go a little bit more lower level, a bit more into the details of creating these NPCs. And we realized, okay, we need to add in more functionality. So we add in custom functionality to this. And the amount of time that we spend making this dialogue has shown me that, okay, budgeting for a single narrative designer, that's not enough. We're gonna need probably 2 or 3 narrative designers on this game, so I can readjust the budget. And so as we go deeper, we can start to refine the budget more before we start to jump into full production, which would be alpha and beta. So essentially, the more properly you do your pre-production, the more seamless your production is going to go, and the more money you will save, the more accurately you'll be able to identify how much time you need, which has a lot of benefits, especially for players, because right now, how many games do you guys see on like Twitter, and it's like, oh, we need to delay the game by another 3 months. I mean, Cyberpunk was delayed like 5 times or something, and it's still released in a broken and shitty state. And I'll tell you why. It's probably because they didn't do enough pre-production. RuneScape was made by 3 brothers, but RuneScape was also extremely buggy and had very bad tools for development. And when they went to make old school RuneScape, they didn't even have the ability to make new maps and assets for the game. They had to reuse maps. So vertical slice is where, at the end of vertical slice, you will have your pipelines, you will have your tools, you will have to do very minimal modification, and you can jump into production, and it's basically just create content, iterate a little bit, done. And you can tell games that don't put enough time into pre-production because they are delayed like crazy, they are in a very buggy and terrible state. They release without the features that they promised they would because they realized too late that this feature was bad or wasn't going to be enjoyable. Spending more time, or spending enough time to do pre-production properly, is just the best thing you can do to save time later on, to not have to crunch, and to deliver a better quality product. Do you have a completed GDD for CC? No. The GDD is a living document, so it won't really ever be finished, I would say, until end of alpha. If you ask me, it's going to be in a very bare bones state in first playable. Vertical slice, you'll have it pretty damn low level and completed, but alpha, you might have to make some additional changes and minor modifications. At the end of alpha, you should be feature complete. And beta is really just used for small modifications, localization, tweaking, balancing, things like that. You really shouldn't be adding in tons of new places in beta. Wouldn't you want a solid design plan before you hire a programmer? Not necessarily. So first playable is very chaotic. You want to embrace the chaos. You don't want to have a lot of structure. You should really just be following the feeling of, yeah, this is fun, we should pursue this. Or this isn't fun, can we change it? If you get bogged down by editing a Word document, it just can waste a lot of time. So, we have a design document for what we have made right now, with quite a lot written down, but any and all of this is up for change. I didn't even know these stages. I think I'm somewhere near late VS. That's good. If you can reach your vertical slice, that is a huge milestone. Why the huge gap in the left of the document? Is there? Is it just because of the, It could just be because of the way that I organize the headers. For instance, like, here. You know, I nest headers in, so sometimes there's a bit of a gap on the left-hand side. If anybody is interested, I actually have a video on YouTube where I go over all of the production phases for game development. I think it's still a pretty good video. It is our production phases, Microraptor University. And if you're curious, I go over each one, I explain what they look like and what you need to do to move from one phase to another. I think it's pretty damn good, so yeah, if you guys want to watch that, if you're curious, there's the video. And if you have any questions about it or like different feelings, feel free to say it. You know, game dev is constantly evolving, so. So yes, in short, that is why I need about 2.5 million euros to make the game according to the way that I envision it. And probably a little bit more than that, with publisher handling, localization, marketing, and porting. I've not watched it, but I disagree anyway. Perfect. Are you serious, or are you just memeing? I feel like indie devs need to wear many hats and generalize. It's too expensive to hire all those roles. Yes. But even for a small indie team like this, I will require a lot of these individuals to just made me okay. I will require a lot of these individuals to wear multiple hats. It just depends on the scope of your game, right? Our game's scope is pretty large. It's pretty damn big. There's a lot of small systems and features that we want to have at a pretty high level of quality, like our NPCs with a lot of role-playing elements available to the player and dialogue, voice acting. You know, our game is pretty art-heavy too, and we want to have a very unique style to our game. So we need 3D. We want to have dungeons, so we're of course going to need a level designer. We have many NPCs, so we need character artist and an animator. We of course need a lead programmer and an architect. So if I wanted to make this game myself, sure I could. It would not be very high quality in the areas that I don't specialize in, and it would take me 10 years. Or I can do my damnedest to build the first playable, get publisher funding, hire about 10-15 people full-time, and get this game done in like 3 years. Procedural dungeon or pre-made? Handmade. All handmade. I don't want to use procedural. Same thing for ingredient placement. It will all be hand placed, so that the community can be. Let me reword this. All handmade and hand placed, so that the community can learn together and provide helpful information to people who want it or need it, without saying, "Oh well, sometimes the dungeon generates this way." Feels like you have to say old school nowadays. Everything tries to be procedural. There is some use for procedural generation, especially for non-game assets, right? Like, placing trees and rocks. That's okay, if the trees and rocks don't have anything to do with the gameplay. But for things that do have impact on gameplay, placing, for instance, a monster nest or a dungeon affects the balance and the pacing of the game. And if you procedurally add that in, you're handing over your balance and pacing to an algorithm. And I feel like that never generates as good of a outcome as if you handle it yourself, right? I think procedural dungeons could be great. It depends on the game, right? It 100% depends on the game. For like, let's say like an idle dungeon crawling game, or a, you know, you're in end game for an ARPG. Go ahead and do procedural. That's what players want. They just want like endless content. Nobody's done it. Doing it properly is important. Doing just like randomly saying, let's just go procedural, let's just add some shit in, definitely isn't going to work well. Make procedural old school and just keep making static games. A fan of manual layout and procedural dressing props. Yeah, I think, Kent, you put it in a great way. Manual layout, procedural dressings, and props. And that works well. Having procedural cluttering of levels saves level artists so much time. I think doing procedural well is extremely difficult. I think it's extremely difficult to do well. And it isn't often done. I mean, take a look at, like, No Man's Sky. Oh, 3 billion planets or whatever the fuck it was. Yeah, and they were all just really boring. You saw 10 of them, you saw all of them. And the procedural creatures were just mismatched. What's the game? Spore-type creatures that, well, again, you see 10 of them, you see all of them. Nobody wants to see 2 billion planets if only 30 of them are really that interested. So no, everything in our game right now, all of the harvestable ingredients I placed, every single one of these by hand, in a place that I felt it was appropriate to have them. And that is how it will remain for final release. It won't be me doing it, it'll be like a level designer doing it, but it will be somebody manually handling that. Do enough rooms, objects that it doesn't get stale? I don't think so, because even randomly doing it does not guarantee that it's not stale. It needs to have personality. I know you were semi against procedural, but how do you feel about an engine procedural? What do you mean? Because I am okay with some procedural uses, just not procedural uses that affect gameplay. Although there might be some cases where I would be like, okay, in that case it's okay. So it's like there are probably exceptions to my rule on this. And my rule is personal. Like the PCG in Unreal, so it generated the map with trees, paths, bridges, etc. in the engine, but it's static when you build it. I'm okay with that because, you know, you build it as a base, right? You start with a base, and PCG in Unreal is really powerful. And then you manipulate it further, right? So it saves a lot of like menial time and bullshit that level artists or level designers would have to do. But if you have a level designer or level artist then going over it and adding in additional personality or tweaking it in ways that fit the design goals, I think that's okay. It's just a personal opinion too, right? Like some players and some games, it's probably way more acceptable than other type of games. Like roguelike games. Roguelike games thrive on procedural generation. I don't want to play a roguelike game or I don't necessarily want to play a roguelike game with like all these endless possibilities where I don't have some amount of randomization to it. Not creating a shame gang against anything. No. Damn, I'll put my pitchfork. I think that it's overused in a way that that often replaces or is meant to replace. Let me back up. Procedural generation is often overused as a selling point when I think it should be used as a tool. I think that makes more sense. Hey, hi, Bronze. I'm using PCG to add details to my settlements. Love it. I think that's a great use. Quantity over quality is the issue. Yeah. It was the same thing with Starfield recently. It's like, oh, we're going to have like 300 planets. Okay, and how many of them do I really want to visit? It's a valid point. Games like We Happy Few, I love the game. I have zero idea why they decided to make it procedural. It makes zero sense to have it. Yeah. Like Mass Effect. I love Mass Effect. And Mass Effect, I think, did it properly. Let's make big space game, but all of the points that you can actually travel to and land on have curated, designed content. And all of the ones that you can't land on are used for another purpose, like resources. And nobody complains that you can't land on some random planet. I mean, maybe some people do. Maybe some people want the Mass Effect 1 thing. But even Mass Effect 1, it was not procedurally generated. They were just kind of lame, hand-built, uneven terrain with hand-placed things in it. Okay, let's continue with Thief 2C. That was a good explanation, though. If anybody has any more questions about like production phases, vertical slices, first playables, why our game is going to take 2.5 million euros to make, by all means, feel free to ask. What does the vertical slice taste like? You know how in Stardew Valley you can type in the thing that you love the most, and all of the star drops or whatever taste like that? It's like that. And I always typed in pussy because it was funny. And I realized that I'm still a child in my brain. It was funny, okay? It said, yeah, you put it in your mouth and it gives you the savory taste of pussy. Like, haha, okay, that's kind of funny. Hee. Funny joke. I don't know if you do YouTube Shorts. I don't, but I should. But these conversations would do great to put on, like... I know, I don't have anyone to make those, though. I have to, like, bookmark when they happen, and then... I could easily cut it out. If I can bookmark where it happens, I could cut it out. But I never bookmark where it happens. That's what you deserve for trying to poison someone. Yes, I didn't do a very good job. Sorry, I'll try better next time. These are just different flavors for role-playing. Sorry, Spoon. Use a Stream Deck to bookmark. I could. If I just create it, I think they make good clips sometimes, and if I create the clip, and I know that, hey, I had 2 good clips today, even if what I was saying goes past the clip, I guess bookmarks would work, I don't know. I think that the game development industry suffers from an innovation ineptitude epidemic. There are so many problems that are easy to solve, but they never solve them. There are also, though, problems that are very difficult to solve. Which has a built-in tool for shorts. For YouTube Shorts? Huh? Really? Not clips, right? To format the video like a short, and then I could just download that video. Interesting. You bastard. I knew a human would fuck me over. Fuck off. Send that to me on Discord, please. Oh, okay, it's 30 seconds.
Go into your dashboard
No.
if you're a streamer and click on this and click on clips. When you get to this page, you're going to see all the clips that are made of your channel.
Yeah.
Right? Click on any of them and click on crop to portrait. It's literally a shorts creator.
Holy shit.
And you can change it to not have your channel name on it, or you can change it to full screen like this and just move the shit wherever you want. Yeah, and you can download it. This is first party on Twitch. This is actually built into Twitch.
God damn. Okay, so why aren't you guys making clips for me? I know why. It's because everything that I say takes like 10 minutes for me to say it. I'd have to turn them into YouTube videos, not shorts. Of course. Yeah, I do want to do, I don't know if I want to, well, I don't know. Or 10 shorts. Game devs usually copy aspects of other games rather than innovate. Yeah, but I guess it's a bigger question of, is there true innovation in games? I don't think they even recognize that there's a problem with the way things have been done. What are the problems with the way that things have been done, though, that you would like to see changed in the industry? Hey, 2XP Games. Try for someone else. I'll go find another alchemist who can help me. I do need to get better at summarizing what I say. The problem is there's a lot of game dev topics that are really hard to smash down into like 30 seconds. I like to think all my games are innovative. I'm very biased and won't accept anyone else's opinions. I love it. What have you made Decryption? I'm really curious. Because you work on Narrative 3 now, right? Do you work on Narrative 3 and other games at the same time, or, you know... Tell me a bit about yourself. Let's do speed dating. With chat. MMO Quest is one, Procedural Dungeons is another. List is mile long. Well, let's start with MMO Quests. What are the problems you have with MMO Quests? And which game do you think does MMO Quests the best? Narrative 3 is a side gig. I mainly work on game jams. Oh, that's cool. Holy, you've made a lot of games. Time Gladiators, Legend of Link. Oh shit. You have a few things that have to do with time. Are you like the Christopher Nolan of games? Just everything you make has something to do with time. You accidentally shot Death, now you must harvest souls on his behalf. That's pretty cool, I like that idea. Supposed to have freedom, but you have been lied to by the deity. Shit, that's pretty accurate to life. Spread the chaos, I love it. Child daycare battles? See, this sounds like one of those ones that you would generate with that, that game name generator. Everybody loves the train extravaganza. Indiana Jones and the Surgery of the Dead. Islamic Dinosaur of Fury. Day of the Cheese Explosion. It totally sounds like that. It's like child daycare battles. Fuck, that would be so good though. That's really cool. What game jam are you joining next? Quest should be epic adventures with many steps that you have to. Fetch me 10 bear pelts as bad game design. RuneScape quests are a lot better. RuneScape quests are good. They are very good. I don't think fetch me... the only time fetch me 10 bear pelts would ever be good quest design is if it just went completely off the rails, right? Like, one small favor in old school runes or in RuneScape where you're like tasked with this, oh, go fetch me this thing. And then it becomes this whole longer bullshit that is just kind of like comedic. Thanks for looking. That's very nice. Your next jam is Bracky's Game Jam. Does it have a theme? Like, do you know what you're gonna make yet, or do you just not know yet until you have the jam? Be as sorry as you want. I'm finding another alchemist to help me. Okay, these will all just be continue. That's it. That's the dialogue. Theme is announced at the start of the jam, then you have to think in code. Okay. That sounds pretty cool. And I see you smartly use a lot of Cinti assets. We're going to be working on a game too, a kind of like spiritual successor to Pain for the PS3 that we're going to probably be using Cinti assets for. Because they're just really good. They're really cheap, they're really good. They work so well for prototyping and game jams. Okay, save choice. My artistic level is almost negative, so I buy all my models. A man that understands. Finally, somebody who understands and isn't going to tell me, oh, you need art for Cauldron Chronicles? Why don't you just make it yourself? Like, listen. There's about a million reasons that won't work, and all of them are my artistic abilities. Yeah, it's this store that they're really great. There's so many different opportunities for you to say, okay, I want to prototype this game idea. And they are pretty expensive, but they do sales quite often, and they're often on Humble Bundle. Humble Bundle is a great way to get Cinti packs. They are expensive. I honestly would not buy these directly. This is pretty wild. However, I would say that in many cases, the amount of content that you get for this, like 752 Zwoti is a lot of money, but you get an awful lot of content for that much. Like, this is a shit ton of content of all the same quality, in the same style, and I believe that some of these are also... I think that some of the stuff is also rigged and animated, but I could be wrong. Yeah, pack content. These are props and particles. Is it not? All of it is rigged. Only some packs have animations. Okay, so it is all rigged, at the very least. Some of them are cheaper, like the Polygon construction pack. You know, this one is not too inaccessible for money. And I think that all of these humans would be animated. Unless I'm mistaken. It should say it right. characters. Nope, not animated. Okay, well, at the very least, you can also get Unreal's animation pack. They have a new one with over 500 animations. Yeah, animation is not a problem. I think animation, honestly, is now as easy as it ever was with Unreal. Unreal animation pack. I don't know which one it is. What did they call it? It was like the Game Animation Sample Project. So now that you have this, there should be quite a few animations that you can just plug in. I assume, and Decryption, correct me if I'm wrong, but the humans in here are probably rigged and ready for the Unreal default mannequin. And so plugging in these animations to these should not be too difficult to accomplish. Oh my god. All fully rigged, you need to retarget the SKMs, but it's super easy. Awesome. So yeah, I think the Cinti asset packs are just some of the best you can find for prototyping. God, these are such good quality. And they're ready for metahumans too. Gotta go to 2-hour meeting, man. Good luck with the meeting. I think my stream is gonna be a bit easier than your meeting. But yeah, just like double check, because Humble Bundle has Cinti packs. And they don't have the image. There was this one I think, relatively recently. So keep an eye out. Oh, this is low. It is low poly. Looks like something I should be able to do. But if you can download it and save some time. But that's why I say it's really good for prototyping, where you don't want to have to make it yourself. You just want to test if the game is good. But you're right, it is money. I will say this, Lazy Fangs. If you ever want any of my asset packs, we can write up a formal agreement that I am considered part of your team so that we're safe. Although you'd have to work in Unreal because it's only the Unreal. Do we have him here? I might only have them downloadable. In which case, you know, we'll keep in touch. Maybe I'll use this motivation to pick up my modeling again. One thing I recommend too, if anybody wants like a good prefab creator, would be Asset Forge, a tool from Kenny, and it is really cheap. It's $40 for the deluxe edition. And you can just, it's just a prefab, and you can export the mesh. So it's really good for just making some quick things that you need, or for prototyping. Flashbacks to Spore. And each of the different colors represents a different material. So if you want to have different materials, then you can just export things with different colors, and therefore easy to apply different materials to the different layers. And you get a whole bunch of like starter blocks here. It's a little hard to see. So if you want to like make dungeons, you have dungeon prefab parts, city parts, castles. Brain suck, they do, yeah. So yeah, if anybody wants this, I highly recommend it. It's $40. You get every single version. You can make a golf course game, spaceships, buildings. Super easy to export and pull into Unity or Unreal or Godot, any engine. It's just export to FBX or OBJ. Good to go. And that's the same guy that makes all those free game assets as well. Okay, I think 2C is done. 2C is pretty simple. And 2D is a copy of 2B with some slightly changed initial dialogue. You know, 2B is not that... There aren't that many nodes. I could manually adjust all of the IDs. Because honestly, all of this is going to be the same. This is going to be the same. This can remain. Literally the only thing different is this. Does this even need to be a separate... I know we asked this yesterday. Does 2D need to be a different encounter entirely? It really doesn't need to be. The reason it's different is because of the lack. It doesn't matter if you gave the paralysis potion or not. That was why. Because we spawn 2A or 2B depending on the paralysis effect being provided. (2D) does not care about the paralysis poison. It only cares if this choice was specific. So the reason we have 2D is because of that paralysis effect. Okay, I remember now. Please sounds like some near fan fiction. I'm sorry, I only write Old Testament Bible fan fiction. I feel like New Testament fan fiction would be better. Wait. Which one is the one with Jesus? Jesus' life. Oh, New Testament is Jesus. So, I feel like New Testament fan fiction would be the most interesting because you could write some really controversial, like... Okay, Jesus had 12 disciples, right? And these were all dudes. And you're telling me that Jesus hangs out with 12 other dudes and there's not something gay going on? Nobody has 12 bros and doesn't, like, get a little bit drunk on wine and say, hey, what if we kissed? So I feel like you could make some pretty successful Jesus fan fiction where he and his disciples are just it's just a gay fan fiction. And here's the thing, it would be super controversial. There would be all of the Christian girls would love it because it's like taboo. Like they love Jesus, but they also love gay boys. And so this would be like taboo for them to read. I feel like it could be super successful. Jesus' new Old Testament is full of badass violence. Old Testament is full of badass violence. There is a Bible anime. I'm not surprised. My fiance has a manga, a Jesus manga from Japan that she got when she was there. And it's pretty funny. Maybe Jesus manga. Which one of these is it? Not this one. I'd have to ask her to take a picture of it or tell me which one it is. Because maybe it's on those manga sites. I don't remember. And I don't have anything against Christianity. I don't have anything against any religion that is not extreme. Okay, I know there are certain sects of Christianity that are extreme. I just don't like extremism. But you have to admit, gay Jesus and his disciples fan fiction would go so hard. And like, you know, Judas gets jealous because Jesus doesn't spend as much time with him, and that's why he rats him out. And Jesus is crucified for being gay, not for whatever else he was crucified for being too much of a, you know, going up against the powers that be of the Romans. We'll make the game. We will write that story. It will exist. Just you wait. I'm gonna delete 2D. Because I can't copy notes, but I can delete this. Yeah, force delete. Crash the editor. Okay, it didn't crash. Duplicate this and name it 2D. Unfortunately, though, we have some things that we need to fix up now. That's fixed. And all of these nodes now need to say 2D instead of 2B. Not gonna be fun to do, but it's necessary. Speaking of anime, you guys excited for anything new in the season? The summer season? I might have to start watching Shikanoko Noko Noko Koshitantan simply because it is a meme. It'd be successful, not because what you think. Jesus is real. Jesus, no, you're blaspheming. You'll get your reward here on earth, but for what cost? I might. What do you think Jesus hates? Does Jesus hate gays, do you think? Because I feel like Jesus would be very accepting of of everybody. At least the way he's written in the Gospels. He seems to be very kind-hearted, you know? He accepts people not what they do. But I mean, the Bible was written not by Jesus, right? It was written by people who sometimes said they knew him and other people who didn't. The stuff in the Bible that admonishes being homosexual was not written by anybody who knew Jesus. So is it more that Jesus wouldn't like homosexuality, or these individuals who wrote those books didn't like it? Everything I learned in Bible study, there was nothing that Jesus specifically said that had anything to do with homosexuality. He had 12 male friends he ate with, no shot there wasn't some boy love involved. That's what I'm thinking. Because I prefer to look at the Bible as a collection of stories written by many individuals over the course of many years. Like, it's a collection, right? And while some of it might have been written around the same period, we don't seem to have indication that it was all written by one individual. So it's an accounting of... Yeah, I am serious. I do think that the Bible is written by a collection of... Best of Jesus Christ, here we see. It's written by people who lived before or after Jesus was said to have lived. And they don't necessarily reflect the views of the Son of God, right? I would think that Christians would be more strict about saying that only the words of God and the Son of God would be essential to the religion, and what was written by people who didn't even know Jesus would not be as legitimate, And I think a lot of Old Testament stories are great for teaching good morals and ways to live. Not all of them, but a good number of them. But I think they are more fable than truth. Paul wrote half of New Testament. Did Paul write anything about homosexuality, though? I don't know the Bible super well, so, that's why I'm asking these questions. I know there's one in Romans that I think talks about homosexuality, and I think there's one other one. But I don't think it's in the New Testament. I'm gonna ask GPT. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's only two. There could be three. One of them is in Romans. Nor adulterers, nor men have sex with men, nor thieves, nor the greedy. Why doesn't it say anything about women, though? Was Corinth... Okay, so we have the Book of Corinthians. Who wrote the Book of Corinthians? I am drunk. I am very drunk, though, so... I guess I'm doomed. Book of Corinthians. This Pauline. Paul the Apostle. Oh, and a co-author. Do we know who wrote which? Who is this? Amanuensis? Oh, just like somebody who is employed to write. I've never heard of that word. Timothy 1:9. But these are still people that, in some cases, knew. Okay, so like Paul, of course, knew Jesus, the figure. Is this him writing on behalf of Jesus' teachings? They were all of these. So Romans, Timothy, and Corinthians were written by Paul. Oh, interesting. So was Paul writing on the direct word of Jesus, or was he writing his own thoughts? And I guess we don't know that, right? I didn't know that, though. That's pretty cool. Oh, they were written after... When was the death of Jesus? Would be AD, right? So these were all written after Jesus' death. So we can't know if they're attributed to Jesus' teachings, right? They could be Paul's own opinions. Paul's coming to define inspiration. Paul often claimed that his teachings were inspired by God. For instance, in Galatians, he states, "I want you to know, brothers and sisters, that the gospel I preached is not of human origin. I not received it from any man, nor was I taught it. Rather, I just received it by revelation from Jesus Christ." I mean, isn't it possible, though, that Paul could have seen himself as a priest of Christianity and made up his own feelings to put in it? Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Look, it is thousands of years old. His only claim is that they were given to him by God and Jesus, but there is no proof of that. And what Jesus seemed to have taught does not seem to indicate that homosexuality would be a sin. From what I can tell. Don't look for proof in religion. Religion hinges on belief and trust, not scientific methods. Well, what I can at least say is that I try to look at the Bible as a collection of stories, written by different people who have different feelings. And that while having these shared morals, like I think the Ten Commandments are... If we remove the commandments that have to specifically do with Christianity, I think that this way of living your life does not lead to something that is negative for society, right? Don't commit murder, don't commit adultery. I mean, fair enough, right? And I think that a lot of the old stories of, marching around, I forget the city that they marched around until the walls fell, is a good fable to talk about perseverance and standing up for what you believe and doing things in a non-violent way to fighting things in a non-violent way, right? that to me is really interesting. I think that's a really interesting story, and I think a lot of the values that it teaches still stand the test of time. Paul was a Pharisee and a murderer who persecuted Christians until God struck him and he went blind and saw Jesus in his vision. Really? That's crazy. Most of the commandments are moral to the European. Yes, to the culture, right? Because every religion is like a way to guide your culture. And so a shared religion often creates that shared culture, and people with shared culture usually have fewer individuals that are going against the culture. And we talked about that yesterday. We went into a lot of detail yesterday about culture. Greeted thief 2D. You know, I'm not religious. I at most I would say I just don't know. I'm very much a agnostic, I guess. But if I were to align myself with Christian values, which I think a lot of my values do align with Christian values, I'd much rather prefer to follow the teachings of Jesus, who would have the most basis for trust if he was real and if what he said was accurately documented. I need to change these to 2D. Everything relies on trust. Science does not oppose religion. You're right. Why is there a lot of scientists who believe? No, I agree. I don't think science necessarily opposes religion. And in fact, some of the greatest scientists in the world have been religious. Wasn't there a good quote on that? That, you know, what if... It might have even been South Park. What if religion is not the answer to why, but the answer to who? Something like that? I know people that are quite atheist, like very, very atheist. Like you can't even have a conversation with them about religion. But I think religion is just very interesting from a like study of humanities. What's the word for it? Like what are the people that just like study human evolution? Something with an A. I don't remember. Anthropologist, that's what it is. Yeah. Am I right about that? Like people who just like study the general thing of humanity? Or anthropologists? I was never fully sure what that meant. It's a person engaged in the practice of anthropology. Wow, really? Studies humans and their customs, beliefs. Yeah, okay, so I think the study, I just think of talking about religion is great from an anthropology topic. Very interesting. You know, I think how we often created these belief sets and mythos to explain our own origin. And I think, and also in a way to stabilize society. You know, all of the old, what we call myths nowadays were just religions back when everybody believed in them. Greek mythology was at one point a religion. You know, people worshiped these gods. They gave sacrifices to these gods. They lived their life based on what these gods believed in. And when people stopped believing in them, they became myths. But people still use this to explain the unknown and to guide their life in a direction that they believed was positive, or just, I guess, positive for their own culture. It is fascinating that religions faded over time, and I'm very curious as to just how that occurs. Just like, does one religion just, do new religions come in and people convert over, and then this one fades and this one goes, and it's just kind of like this constant loop of new religion gains power, fades, new religion gains power, fades. And we might even be living right now in a time where Christianity is fading. It's certainly not nearly as powerful as it used to be. I don't think people went to crusade, but are crusades necessary to a religion, or were they just necessary to some religions? I guess that's an open question. Learn secondary needs thief 2B. This is okay to have here. Most of the religions that had some kind of religion-based purging are on top now, or ones that were isolated. I also think Christianity is maybe just breaking into more sects. I'd be curious to see if Orthodox Christianity is more... I'm curious to see if Orthodox Christianity is waning or growing, and how something like Lutheranism or the unorthodox... I don't know what it's called. It's all kind of crazy stuff. They can proclaim whatever they do in the name of God. Doesn't mean it is. Yeah, you're 100% right. You're 100% right. People make claims that they're doing things for him, but so much hypocrisy in church and institutions, but it's just people. Yeah, I 100% agree with that. It's very unfortunate. I think the problem, though, is that not many people... It's hard to fight the claims, you know, especially if, like, let's say the Catholic Church, the Pope, theoretically were to say we need to go to war with blank because God says it. How does anybody fight that? You know, and a lot of people will take that at face value, unfortunately, and will say, okay, we need to do that because the Pope commands it. But is the Pope actually doing things based on what God would actually want in this case? How can we know for sure? I do know I am a Lutheran, or I was raised as a Lutheran, right? So I have more in common with Lutheranism than I do traditional Orthodox Christianity. The purple. Let me copy the specific event here, the index. Paste. People for centuries did not know a Bible. They relied on what popes would say to them. Yes. And the priests. Well, they consider, yeah, Catholics have priests, Lutherans have pastors. Or at least, you know, my sect of Lutheranism did. My sect of Lutheranism was pretty interesting, though, because it did not... At least my church did not teach that being gay was a sin. Okay, is 2D fully updated? If If it isn't, we're gonna have some weird things happening. We just need to update the starting of this. Yeah, just this essentially can be deleted and remade. Whatever poison you gave me was way too strong. The moment I put my knife to his throat in an attempt to scare him, he died. I told you not to make it too strong. With lots of who was raised in Christianity just distance themselves from it when they grew up. Coming from atheist background is quite interesting. So did you come from an atheist background, and are you now religious or not? For me, I grew up as a Christian. I went to Sunday school and everything, and it was fun. I was in the youth groups. I went down to New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina to help clean up as part of my youth group. And I think I became atheist in high school. But I think I was doing it more as a counter, right? I couldn't prove that it was real, so I said it wasn't real. But then as I grew up, I started to become more agnostic in that I can see the benefits of religion when it's practiced in moderation, not in extremism. And I don't consider myself religious, but I do have a lot of the same values and morals that Lutheranism and Christians seem to have. So I can mingle well with cultures that are very heavily Christian. Nowadays, I don't need religion in my life, but I do need values and I need morals. But I have my own set that I live by. I was an atheist agnostic most of my life for like 30 years. Oh wow. And are you religious now? You don't have to answer that, by the way. I don't want to force anybody to share their religious beliefs in chat, but that's up to you. Oops, I made a mistake. Are you sure? I made it too strong? We could also say that the player purposefully foiled Spoon's plans. You don't believe at all. Have you always not believed, or was there a time where maybe you did believe and then stopped? It's what you get for trying to hurt people. and you won't ever find your money. I don't think giving him a stronger poison to hurt people is really that much of an effective deterrent against him hurting more people. So yeah, that doesn't make sense. Get pranked, bro. Yeah, it's pretty much just get pranked. I mean, I want to give the player the option that maybe you purposefully did it specifically because he said that he didn't want it too strong. I know there's going to be some player that's like, okay, so what happens if I make it too strong? So we're going to see how anyone can believe in religion in a modern age, but it's up to them, and I don't really care as long as they do not bother me. I agree with you. I think I don't like when I'm being bothered. I don't mind talking religion. I don't mind people who are religious. I just don't like extremism, and I don't like the force that is behind it in some religions. What do you mean by religious? I believe in Jesus, that he is my savior, but I'm not like involved in a religious community. That's a good point. Do you consider yourself religious? Or do you consider yourself maybe spiritual, or maybe there's another word, that you are a believer, but not religious? I suppose it's like politics, right? Like, what do you consider yourself? Politics and religion do have a little bit in common. Consider myself a follower of Christ. Okay. I previously accused people who believe in things like nightclubs to be religious in their own way, so on account of that vibe, my life is too challenging to allow me to be religious. It would very likely kill me. You believe, wait, like nightclubs? Wait, you need to explain that one more. You need to open that can of worms, please, for me. You know, I think my parents would be pretty similar. My parents do not go to church very often or anymore, but they do consider themselves Lutheran. I think Lutheranism too, like one of Martin Luther's teachings was that you shouldn't, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe one of his teachings that you don't have to go to a house of God in order to believe and worship God. I think. Do another 30 seconds wall sit. Okay, you guys can type while I'm doing my wall sit. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 12. Two, 4, 7. Ooh. Ow. And do anything you can do in a nightclub anywhere else if you don't believe in them. Those are most succinct examples, but they would put me at risk to describe. Or there are more succinct examples. I believe a lot of modern political, like, political parties use similar manipulation tactics that extremists in religion often use to gain power, control, or money over their followers. Which is, again, one of the reasons why Martin Luther nailed his grievances on the church door, right? A lot of the things he said was that I think indulgences, paying the church to admonish sins, and the control that the Pope had over religion of Christianity and the teachings. I don't remember all of them. I'm sure there's some great examples too, like documentaries and videos that go over each one piece by piece. To investigate religion without bias, I used to think like that, but when you actually dive deeper, it reveals a whole world in there. Many people just delude themselves that everything is obvious, and they know. It's a lot on your psychology. Yeah, I do think too that a lot of the way that we group ourselves and explain the unknown or follow religions or political parties does seem to have some... Our personality does seem to have some influence on it. That's for damn sure, human. Don't make it again. Now I don't know where my gold is, so I need to steal some more. Is this gonna lead safely? Okay, yes, this one will. So this can lead... into these four. Or we can just do this. Delete this section of it and just lead it right into here. Yes, I'm sure. The moment I made a small cut, his eyes rolled back and he shat his pants. Now, I'm used to the shit, being a sewer goblin and all. But I'm definitely sure he died. I'm definitely sure that humans don't just do that. Randomly. Whatever. Sewer goblins. It seems weird that in today's world there's people who believe, smart people, geniuses. What do they find in there? Doesn't it like confuse you? It used to confuse me. I think it... Maybe that's why Lazy Fangs is saying that it has to do with maybe personality. I don't know. Hate is a very abstract concept, but if you claim to hate something, it can easily be an excuse to sabotage yourself. That's true. Wording your words with more explicit limits will help you process your methods. I like how that's worded. They find solace. Every person has a personal reason why they need to believe. For some, it's the feeling of belonging to a community. Others need to feel like their life has meaning and is guided. Others still fear death and what's after. I agree with that too. It's for Christ is overused for sure, but it's a good book of an atheist journalist who investigated Jesus. I like too that a lot of the talks that like Jordan Peterson used to give on the Bible and approaching it not from like a scientific method, but from a philosophical point of view of what does this book mean and what do each of the tales represent, and how do we use that in our society, like just an objective view of the Bible, or as objective as somebody can get, I suppose. You purposefully sabotage me? We'll give the player a joking response and a not joking one. Activity is not within the human ability. I'd say that's true. And ironically enough, because this is my channel, if I say something is true, then it absolutely is. Objectively true statement, yeah. I'm sorry. That was a bad joke. Friends. Bible's a layered book. There's a lot of substance. GP uncovers few of those obscure layers, but not the whole thing. That's fair. You know, I liked I liked Jordan Peterson when he was making those kinds of videos. Once he entered the political sphere, I don't know, it was a pretty quick downhill run on that. Right now, get out of my forest. Forest stinks anyway. Worse than the sewers. Be gone, foul goblin. Save choice, encounter. Thief wants to do business. False. Be gone, foul goblin. There's also up to interpretation, the same way we analyze feelings of authors in certain well-respected works. That's true. I mean, there's how many people say, people who hate like J.K. Rowling, for instance, right, will read into her works so deeply that they find like the most obscure bullshit to say. Oh, well, like house elves are really an allegory to, I don't even know what they say. Don't they say, okay, like the goblins in the bank are an allegory to Jews, is what they say. They say she's normalizing slavery with the use of the house elves. Like, it's just, we just go so deep into some of this time, sometimes, that what does it even mean anymore? The translate? Oh, from her, like, her tweets? Yeah. No, I follow her on Twitter. I don't think she's ever said anything like that. And even then, I don't think I don't think that her opinions that she's ever shared have been anything related to hate as much as it is just, I don't know. I don't really know. There's way worse stuff that people say about, like, trans people, for instance. J.K. Rowling's pretty tame. Large amount of businesses get paid a lot of money to simply steer public opinion away from interfacing with politics. Science has been progressing mainly in the US since World War II. Get paid a lot of money to simply steer public opinion away from interfacing with politics. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Is it like companies that do that, or do you think that people, you know, there's something maybe within within like our culture that makes it difficult to, guy with money wants you to hate politicians. Politicians are pretty hateable, though. I think they do a pretty good job at making themselves hateable. I feel that even if I wanted to, I could not believe in religion. It's a strange feeling. I think I really, I think related to trust, trusting a book or a person. That's understandable. Okay, is there anything that he mentions about the bandit leader in here? I don't think so. So 2D should be okay. Like a separate conspiracy or anything. Lobbyists are the same as anybody else. It's all economic mechanics until you choose to call them otherwise and call it a revolution or anything on the spectrum. I don't like to consider myself a revolutionary, but I do probably fall into many of the categories that one would use to label a rebel. But I rebel against the systems that I don't know, I guess I rebel within the lines of the law, if that makes sense. Like, I hate the two-party system in the US, but my way to rebel against it is to vote for people that aren't of those two parties. I always vote on principle, and therefore I never regret my vote. I'm not an anarchist, I'm just a kist. Yeah. Wasn't there like that John Lennon quote, like, I don't believe in isms, I just believe in myself? Oh, no, John Lennon was, I don't believe in Beatles, I just believe in me. It's from Ferris Bueller's Day Off that he said, what did he say? It was, not that I condone fascism or any ism for that matter. Isms, in my opinion, are not good. A person should not believe in an ism. He should believe in himself. I quote John Lennon, I don't believe in Beatles, I just believe in me. Good point there, after all, he was the walrus. I could be the walrus. I'd still have to bum rides off people. I think others are deluding themselves. I can only speak for myself. I can't deny evidence of God's presence everywhere. That's why I'm a believer. Because there's overwhelming evidence. Not believe in something. If someone would try to shove up their beliefs, but I think that you're both arguing on something philosophical, and therefore neither of you can be right or wrong. I mean, that's just my view. Dissident. A person who opposes official policy, especially that of an authoritarian state, but operates within the system to change it. I'm a dissident. Ooh, that sounds cool. By the way, we're switching over to Elden Ring. Finished up Thief 2B and made Thief 2C and 2D. Also fixed a couple of issues related to narrative. Dialogue option handling. I'm a dissident. That's really cool. Alright, let me end the YouTube recording there. See you tomorrow, guys.